Chapter 1281. It came out of the blue. It was like making up one's mind when one was eating, sleeping, or drinking. Then he slapped his thigh and made up his mind. There was no deep consideration or strategizing. After Sword Dynasty wiped out all the forces of the purgatory of Heaven Capital outside of the subcontinent, everyone thought that Sword Dynasty should rest and digest the fruits of victory. When they were plotting against East Island, Sword Dynasty marched into the subcontinent in a very high-profile manner. The entire Sword Dynasty was in chaos. Because they were not prepared for this at all. God of Sword made the decision casually, but for everyone in Sword Dynasty, this was an order that had to be carried out. They were almost in a flurry. Because Sword Dynasty started to gather elite forces from many bases around the world and sent them to East Island. In less than 24 hours after Li Dongqing decided to go to East Island, the first batch of elites from Sword Dynasty had arrived at East Island from all over the world. 8,000 people. Sword Dynasty was still mobilizing people. 2 experts at the peak of the invincible realm, Azura and Xiao Tian, arrived at East Island as soon as possible. Without any preparation, the Sword Dynasty was still sending out orders for the elites to go to the subcontinent. The battle plan was so rough that it made people want to cry. Because it happened so suddenly, Sword Dynasty was expected to start an all-out war with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital in a week. The first batch of elites to enter East Island was 8,000 people. A week later, 40,000 elites would enter East Island officially and fight with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. The battle plan was still being improved. All the members of Sword Dynasty's think tank were working overtime to perfect all kinds of details and replenish all kinds of materials and armaments. Where to start first, how to divide the battlefield of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, how to cooperate with the 40,000 people in action, how to quickly erode the interests of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, all kinds of plans were made, modified, and slightly adjusted. Then they were reported to the headquarters of the Divine Sword region and handed over to Dongqing. Li Dongqing didn't look at those battle plans that were being improved. He didn't even know there was such a thing. For him, he was indifferent to the so-called wealth and power from the bottom of his heart. Since the establishment of Sword Dynasty, Purgatory of Heaven Capital was the target of Sword Dynasty. He wanted the Emperor of Huau to see with his own eyes that he lost everything he worked for little by little. The so-called glory, history, inheritance of the Li family, and the stubbornness of so many people were all rubbish that was not worth mentioning. Therefore, when the Purgatory of Heaven Capital and the Li family could no longer be found outside the subcontinent, they would march into the subcontinent and end everything. He didn't want to wait and was too lazy to wait. He was even more lazy to prepare anything. He wanted to wipe out the entire Li family. The Sword Dynasty was responsible for destroying the entire Purgatory of Heaven Capital. Even if the Sword Dynasty failed, it would be fine as long as all of them were annihilated. He never had any expectations for them, so naturally he would not be disappointed. At most, it would be more troublesome for him and he would be annihilated again. Without the Li family, what was the Purgatory of Heaven Capital? Therefore, while the Sword Dynasty was still deploying troops to various bases around the world to perfect the so-called battle plan, he was the ruler of the Sword Dynasty. The sword god, Li Dongqing, had already entered the eastern capital. There were no elite guards, no trusted aides, and no beautiful woman by his side. Alone and unarmed, his figure appeared on the streets of Dongdu. The power of East Island locked onto Li Dongqing immediately. Inside the palace, all the higher-ups of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital and foreign aid were gathered together. Li Dongqing's figure appeared on the huge screen. The sword god on the screen was calm and almost leisurely. He walked through the bustling streets, the bluestone alleys of Dongdu, and approached the city where the palace was located. The eastern capital seemed to have formed 2 worlds. Most of the city was still bustling. On the other hand, the entire district near the Imperial Palace was deathly silent and extremely cold. There were no civilians or peddlers here. This was a battlefield. Li Dongqing entered the battlefield. In the extremely depressing and cold environment, the sword god's young and calm voice rang through the entire city in an instant. "Uncle, won't you invite me for a cup of tea?" This was the first time Li Dongqing called himself that. His voice kept roaring between heaven and earth, swept over the palace, and penetrated directly into the conference room of the palace. The sword energy was piercingly cold. There was dead silence in the conference room. After a short silence, intense anger completely broke out. Arrogant. Ignorant boy. He's alone. Who does he think he is? How dare he come to the headquarters of the Li family alone? Does he think he is the incarnation of East Emperor? This is a great opportunity. He's the only one. Don't let him run away. Today we must kill him here. If he escapes, there will be endless troubles in the future. The crowd was excited. Everyone was talking at once. In the noise, the heavenly emperor of Huau, who was standing at the front of the crowd, did not speak. He had his back to everyone, so no one could see his expression or eyes. The sword energy flew in the air with the sound. The pupils of the heavenly emperor of Huau had contracted to the extreme. Li Dongqing continued to move forward. He was neither fast nor slow. But the entire city seemed to tremble with his footsteps. One sword light after another bloomed from his body. His aura began to rise continuously, as if it would never end. The sword light turned into one piece after another. Countless sword lights converged into a torrent and turned into a monstrous wave. Li Dongqing was still moving forward. His figure seemed to have completely turned into a sea of sword energy. The incomparably crazy sword energy kept spreading with him as the center, hitting the entire city and covering the sky and the earth. A clear light curtain appeared at the edge of the city around the palace. The light screen flickered with a blood-red light under the setting sun, sealing off every direction of the city. Li Dongqing smiled with some satisfaction. It was faint but extremely cold. Those light curtains were his sword chi cages. His sword energy blocked the entire city. In other words, as long as he didn't die today, all the people in this city, none of them could live. In the distance, the voice of the heavenly emperor of Huo came from the direction of the palace. Good nephew, not only tea, but also good wine and meat. You can walk in front of me. Li Dongqing's figure suddenly flashed. When he appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. The majestic and magnificent palace of East Island was hidden in the nearby buildings, vague and mysterious. In this case, then, Li Dongqing's voice was indifferent. Serve the dishes. At the same time, in the conference room of the palace, the heavenly emperor of Huau had pressed a red button in front of him without hesitation. Boom! The sudden explosion seemed to be the only sound in the world for a moment. Front, back, left, and right. Billowing smoke rose from all directions of the city. The artillery fire exploded in the most intense way. The target was Li Dongqing. The setting sun completely disappeared. The moment night fell, the artillery fire completely burned the night sky. Island bomb. Thousands of fully automatic and semi-automatic weapon systems in the palace were completely connected. The outermost island bomb array was all activated. The warhead rose into the air with a ferocious tail flame and fell precisely and quickly. Li Dongqing didn't dodge, nor did he look up. He kept moving forward. It was the coldness and madness that ignored everything. The temperature of East Island dropped. The chilling coldness spread in the city. The temperature inside the city dropped dozens of degrees in the blink of an eye. The extremely dazzling sword energy gushed out around Li Dongqing. Li Dongqing completely turned into a ball of light. The warhead with terrifying lethality fell into the ball of light. The earth-shattering explosion suddenly surged. The turbulent explosion with high temperature formed a blast wave visible to the naked eye. The whole block disappeared the moment the loud bang sounded. The shops, streets, buildings, and trees were all lifted up by the violent explosion. They were all broken and collapsed. It was a mess. The artillery shells didn't stop. They kept falling like raindrops and smashed into the ball of light that was still moving forward. Destruction. Destruction. Extinction. There was no intact place around the ball of light, and there was no shelter. But the ball of light was still moving forward. It didn't seem to be hindered at all. It wasn't fast, but it kept moving forward. The sound of gunshots and artillery shells blended together. It seemed that they would never stop. The ball of light made of sword energy completely covered Li Dongqing. He didn't do anything unnecessary. Resist. He just resisted. The artillery shells that were enough to blow up a large city completely covered the sky. They poured down from the sky and smashed into the ball of light. The blast wave and fire kept spreading. The city started to catch fire with billowing smoke. But the ball of light didn't show any sign of weakening. Instead, it got brighter and brighter. No one could see Li Dongqing's expression in the ball of light. But the Emperor of Huawu in the meeting room of the palace looked calm and indifferent from the beginning to the end. Thousands of weapon systems were being unlocked as Li Dongqing got closer. Island bombs, artillery shells, armor-piercing grenades, rocket launchers, long-range rapid-fire machine guns, high-temperature laser arrays, and dozens of hundreds of weapons were all overloaded. They were consuming Li Dongqing's physical strength. He could block it. The Emperor of Huawu wasn't surprised. The sword energy was so abundant. When the sword energy turned into something substantial, it was completely indestructible. If it were him, he could also block it. What he cared about was how much physical strength Li Dongqing would consume in this process. 3 hours. In the royal palace district, the incessant sound of cannon fire had been heard for 3 whole hours. Countless weapons had been used one after another, and half of the buildings in the district had been completely destroyed. The fire was still burning, and the billowing smoke had completely covered the night sky. The ball of light was still shining. There was no change at all. A large number of armed helicopters and armored vehicles appeared in the messy battlefield. The second round of artillery bombardment roared again. Li Dongqing, who had been resisting the artillery bombardment but couldn't find the enemy, finally sped up a little. The ball of light began to flash faster and faster, higher and higher. Streaks of light and shadow appeared in the sky full of artillery bombardment. The speed of the streaks of light and shadow was so fast that each streak of light and shadow left dense afterimages. The streaks of light and artillery bombardment spread everywhere. The sharp edges crisscrossed in the night sky. The helicopters in the sky and the armored vehicles on the ground exploded in the flashing streaks of light and shadow, turning into scrap metal. Burning fireballs fell one after another. A large number of armored vehicles were overturned and exploded on the spot. No one could see where Li Dongqing was anymore, because the sky and the ground were all flashing streaks of light and shadow. Straightforward, neat, resolute, and domineering. Every time Li Dongqing flashed, it represented absolute destruction and killing. The whole city was completely boiling. Light and fire intertwined, forming a burning and extremely broken purgatory. Gunshots rang out in the purgatory like the roar of a rainstorm. Li Dongqing had walked through half of the city. A large number of elites from the purgatory of Heaven Capital rushed up from every building in front. On the ground, on the tall buildings, and in the air, there were figures everywhere. Gunfire crisscrossed. Extremely intense flames began to burn. Electric arcs began to crisscross and fall in the sky full of sword energy. Countless elites of the ice-condensing mirror began to work together. A large number of ice cones attacked with bullets in the flames and electric light. They passed through the sky full of artillery bombardment and the torrent of steel. They finally saw someone. The Li family. The Li family. Li Dongqing, who had been hiding in the light ball of sword energy, appeared in front of the Li family for the first time. But there were too many Li Dongqing in front of them. In the endless attacks, the flickering shadows that had not yet dissipated all turned into Li Dongqing. The sword energy was constantly crisscrossed and released. Every sword energy also turned into Li Dongqing. There were more and more Li Dongqing. They spread from dozens to hundreds in an instant, and then from hundreds to thousands. The sword energy kept splitting, and the whole city seemed to be completely occupied by Li Dongqing. They were not sword energy clones. Every Li Dongqing was a beam of his sword energy. A sword energy from the sword god. No one could tell where Li Dongqing's real body was anymore. For these elites, it was meaningless even if they could tell, because both the real body and the sword energy were fatal dangers to them. Li Dongqing began to move forward. He was getting faster and faster. The Li Dongqing in the sky, on the ground, and in every corner also began to charge. Countless sword energy fiercely crashed into the crowd. There was no collapse or escape. When the disparity in power exceeded a certain limit, the situation of the so-called war would immediately disappear upon contact. There was no time to scream. The violent gunshots only sounded for a moment. Then a large number of elites of the Purgatory of Heaven capital began to disappear crazily. The Purgatory of Heaven capital had more than 150,000 people in East Island. With the support of the Wang family of Beihai and Zhongzhou state, the Emperor of Huau could mobilize 300,000 troops at this time. But in Dongdu, in this city, there were less than 50,000 people. The rest had been scattered in various cities of East Island, ready to deal with the attack of the Sword Dynasty. Right now, these 50,000 elites were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were disappearing one by one. This was a massacre. It was an understatement, but it was irresistible. Some elites in the crowd were roaring and charging. They rushed to Li Dongqing and his countless sword energy figures without any resistance, and then disappeared silently in the messy battlefield, leaving blood all over the ground. That was the Divine Wind Legion. It was also the most elite legion in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. The Emperor of Huau stood in the conference room and watched silently. The elites of the Border Control Corps and the Beihai Corps were not in Dongdu. Zhongzhou State and the Wang family of Beihai supported East Island, so they were naturally not interested in the mission of staying here to die. Seeing this scene, they might feel lucky. Li Tianlan's figure was getting fewer and fewer, but there was more and more sword energy between heaven and earth. His killing speed did not slow down at all. The crowd was still disappearing in pieces. The Emperor of Huau just stood there and watched. It seemed that something was leaving him little by little, but it did not dissipate into nothingness. They were pulled out of his body and then began to gather on the young man on the screen. Then, there was a dazzling light on him. It was what he dreamed of. It was what he had been pursuing for many years and desperately wanted to grasp, but he could not grasp it. It was the Supreme Realm. It was the realm that he could only vaguely perceive after surpassing the peak of the invincible realm for many years, but he could not take a step forward anyway. The Supreme Realm. Li Dongqing had already stepped into that realm without anyone noticing. The God of Sword was in the world. The heavenly son of the age. In the dark world, no one was his opponent, and no one was even qualified to stand in front of him. The Emperor of Huau could completely confirm this. Was he jealous? The Emperor of Huau suddenly found that he was very calm. He was powerless to be jealous of anything. He thought that he had never missed anything. He knew about the existence of this child. But the Purgatory of Heaven capital could not provoke the Lin clan. So what? Lin Yuxian, whose strength was similar to his, was enough to give him a headache. And there was Lin Fengting, the foundation of the Lin clan for hundreds of years. At that time, the Purgatory of Heaven capital, which had just lost Li Guangtu and survived because of that crazy woman, couldn't go to the Lin clan to eradicate them even if it wanted to. When the Purgatory of Heaven capital rose and could claim that it could fight against the Lin clan, the Emperor of Huau did not hesitate. He killed Lin Yuxian. He thought that he even had the strength to destroy the Lin clan. Then the Sword Dynasty appeared. The Emperor of Huau was angry and uneasy. He already knew that when the Sword Dynasty first rose and sent troops to England, in martial arts, this child, who he had always wanted to eradicate, had vaguely surpassed him. He had been desperately trying to break through in the past few years. As long as he took one more step forward, he could stabilize the situation. But his breakthrough was far away. Li Dongqing, on the other hand, had already entered that realm from behind. He regretted it, was jealous, was uneasy, and was afraid. And when this day really came, the Emperor of Huau closed his eyes. Among all the people present, perhaps only he could feel the light curtain that Li Dongqing emitted to block the city. It was one sword light after another that looked very fragile. But in fact, it was so tough that no one could break it. The Emperor of Huau gradually calmed down. Or, he became numb. There were fewer and fewer elites in the Purgatory of Heaven capital in the city. Li Dongqing once again became a person. He was dressed in white, and there was no blood or dust on his body. He was still walking forward, getting closer and closer to the palace. There were less than thousands of elites left in the purgatory of heaven capital. They instinctively gathered together and looked at the approaching sword god with fear on their faces. They instinctively retreated. One person entered. Thousands of people retreated. This scene was very beautiful. This was the Li family. The corners of Li Dongqing's mouth raised slightly. The appetizer is not bad. I'm very satisfied. There was dead silence in the conference room. Everyone stared closely at Li Dongqing on the screen. Li Dongqing raised his palm. His voice became the only will in this city. Supremacy. Since little uncle is unwilling to come out, how about I invite you out? Without batting an eyelid, Li Dongqing flicked his fingers gently. A gust of wind appeared on the battlefield that was in a mess. A cool breeze blew past everyone. It blew past everyone in the conference room. Everyone's expression changed. The breeze kept swirling in the city, bringing with it a soft sound. The soft sound turned into a whimper, and the whimper turned into an extremely standing howl. A strong wind suddenly rose. The storm swept through the entire city, blowing away the flames and the billowing smoke. The wind was invisible, but its momentum was like a knife. The whistling wind blew past thousands of elites from the purgatory of heaven capital in front of Li Dongqing. Without a sound, the bodies of every elite were shattered into countless pieces. The blood turned into a bloody mist in the wind. The bloody mist rushed in the direction of the palace. The bloody mist grew brighter and brighter, and sword energy flew out of the bloody storm one after another. Within tens of thousands of meters, there was the sound of sword energy flying out one after another. Li Dongqing did not move. The bloody storm gathered sword energy and kept moving forward. The ground of the whole block was completely torn apart. The storm was getting faster and faster, and finally blew to the gate of the palace. The sound of collapse was endless. The majestic royal family. The majestic palace. The palace gate was completely shattered in the storm. Countless cracks appeared on the walls of the palace and they collapsed. The bloody storm kept moving forward in the howling wind. Enough! Finally, the voice of the Emperor of Huawu rang out. A bright sword light appeared in the bloody storm. The sharp edge cut into the storm and completely tore it apart. 5 figures appeared in front of Li Dongqing. Behind the 5 of them, groups of elites rushed over from the palace. Compared with those who died outside, these were the real elites. The god-assassinating troop of Zhongzhou State. The heaven punishment troop of Beihai. The Palace of Eternal Life, the Athanasia Hall, and the Sanluo Hall of the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. These super elites gathered together and began to stand in order, forming 3 sword formations with different styles that were incomparably piercingly cold. Li Dongqing narrowed his eyes, looked at the 3 sword formations, and looked at the 5 figures in front of him. The Emperor of Huawu stood in the middle of the 5 in a dragon robe. Standing on his left was Daybreak, an expert at the peak of the invincible realm from the purgatory of heaven capital. Standing on the right side of the Emperor of Huawu was a beautiful woman with a slender figure, as cold as ice. Li Dongqing knew her. She was the only expert at the peak of the invincible realm in Zhongzhou State after the death of Emperor Donghuang. Now she controlled the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State and cooperated deeply with the purgatory of heaven capital. She ranked 7th on the world divine list, and her code name was Jingzhe. And beside Jingzhe, there was the woman. In terms of beauty, she was actually no worse than Jingzhe, but the feeling she gave off was extremely terrifying. Rather than calling her a woman, it would be better to call her a robot. She was very slender. She wore half a silver metal mask on her face. The mask was completely embedded into her flesh and blood. There was also an electronic eye on her neck, chest, abdomen, legs, and arms. There was a large amount of metallic luster flashing in the night. She stood there quietly. When she didn't speak, she didn't seem to be alive at all. Li Dongqing had never seen her before, but when he saw this outfit he had already confirmed her identity at once. She was the mistress of the Wang family of Beihai. She ranked 2nd on the world divine list, Mrs. Song Ci. Li Dongqing's eyes didn't change. For him, who didn't even bother to be on the world divine list, the so-called ranking was meaningless. Next to Song Ci stood a middle-aged man who was no longer young. Seeing Li Dongqing's eyes glance over, a smile appeared on his face. Unlike the others who looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, his aura was stable and he looked very genial. Your Majesty Sword God, you are also from Zhongzhou State, so you should know the plan of Zhongzhou State and East Island. The middle-aged man took the initiative to speak. Li Tianlan frowned and said coldly, "What do you want to say?" "I'm here to express the attitude of Zhongzhou State." The middle-aged man said calmly, "The Parliament understands your Majesty and supports your Majesty's revenge. But the Parliament has been plotting against East Island for many years. The Purgatory of Heaven Capital and the Emperor of Huawu are the top priorities. They can't afford to lose them. Your Majesty is also from Zhongzhou State. We have the same skin color, the same background, and the same belief, so I hope your Majesty can give face to Zhongzhou State and consider the overall situation." He narrowed his eyes. Otherwise, bang. Li Dongqing didn't let him say anything else. A streak of sword energy rushed directly into his body. The middle-aged man's body kept expanding. In his horrified eyes, his body directly exploded into pieces of flesh on the ground. "What does the overall situation of Zhongzhou State have to do with me?" Li Dongqing said blandly. He didn't even ask about the other party's identity. Anyway, he was not a director. As for a senator, he had killed one before. He could care less. The several Invincible Realm experts present didn't speak. The senator just now didn't know martial arts, so he couldn't see how terrifying Li Dongqing was. Maybe in his opinion, Li Dongqing had consumed most of his strength, and there were several experts at the peak of the Invincible Realm on his side, so he was qualified to negotiate with him. Or, no matter what he thought, since he was in a hurry to die, just let him die. Li Tianlan's eyes fell on the Emperor of Huawu again. "What else do you want to say?" "I have nothing to say." The Emperor of Huawu said blandly, "But you, my good nephew, don't you have anything to say to me?" Buzz. In the buzz of sword energy, Li Dongqing suddenly appeared beside the Emperor of Huawu. The sword energy was like a dragon. His voice rang out. "I'll let the sword speak to you." The sword light on the Emperor of Huawu was surging. He suddenly retreated hundreds of meters. Li Dongqing moved. Daybreak, Song Ci, and Jingzhe beside him attacked at the same time. Boom! Behind them, there was a vibration at the same time. The God-assassinating Legion, the All Heavens Troop, the Sunluo, the Longevity, and the Athanasia Palace. 3 sword formations were running at the same time. More than 1,000 super elites cooperated with each other countless times. An incomparably grand sword light suddenly lit up, and the sword energy that gathered the power of countless people rushed over. A half-step heavenly legend. 3 at the peak of the Invincible Realm. 3 super sword formations. Li Dongqing's expression was extremely cold. What's the point? As he muttered those words, his body shuddered. The night receded. The sky of Dongdu seemed to light up in an instant, as if it were daytime. At the moment when day and night alternated, a natural and perfect halo appeared in front of Li Dongqing. Extremely high temperature and dazzling light lit up from the halo. The halo was extremely huge. It slowly rose into the air with Li Dongqing, like a scorching sun. The Emperor of Huo, Daybreak, Jingzhe, Song Ci, 3 super sword formations. All the power instantly smashed into the halo in front of Li Dongqing. The halo didn't tremble at all, and it shone even brighter. The halo, like a scorching sun, completely illuminated the entire Dongdu. Li Dongqing's figure disappeared. Dongdu became a world of sword energy. The sword energy of the sword god filled the world with supreme majesty. The halo in the sky rotated slightly for a moment. Boom! More than half of the city collapsed in an instant, and a blazing white sword light suddenly flew out from the center of the disk. The sword light completely ignited the void, like a rainbow across the sky. Majestic, fierce, and irresistible. This was the end of the sword Tao. It was the eternal sword light. The rainbow-like sword light instantly penetrated the Emperor of Huao, Song Ci, Jingzhe, and Daybreak. The sword light didn't stop and rushed into the sword formation. The three super sword formations collapsed at the first touch. The sword light kept splitting, and one after another sword light after another in the sky. The sun shone incessantly between the fields. The god-assassinating army disappeared in an instant. The All-Heavens army was completely annihilated. The three halls of the Immortal, Undying, and Sunluo completely collapsed. Boundless sword light rushed into the imperial palace. The 3,000 cherry blossom guards that symbolized the majesty of the royal family were completely melted under the sword light. The entire imperial palace was collapsing. Buildings, pavilions, small lakes, gardens, and woods, everything was completely shattered in an instant. This was the end of the martial Tao. It was a destruction that no one could resist. For more than 20 years, no one had seen such a sword light since the fall of the East Emperor. But everyone knew that this was the power of the Chosen One. None of the people present recognized this sword. But all of this was just a fragment of time. It was a movie. Spring went and winter came. Year after year, wind, frost, rain, and snow. Qin Weibai was watching. Li Guangtu was also watching. They saw the rise of the sword dynasty. They saw Li Dongqing's sword. How familiar was this scene? The sword light came from the sky. It was as if two spaces had completely overlapped. To be exact, two sword lights overlapped with each other. One was a long rainbow. The other was like a meteor. The scene flashed in front of them. Their thoughts were constantly retreating. They retreated to a few years ago. They retreated to snow country. They retreated to the night in Mormons. The eternal sword. The two sword lights overlapped with each other, and they were so similar. In terms of power, they had reached the true end of the martial Tao. This was the eternal sword in another space and time. But the god of sword who used this sword was not the master of Samsara Palace who overdrew all his vitality at the peak of the invincible realm to make the ruthless energy completely erupt. He was the god of sword. He was the Chosen One at his peak. His eternal sword was irresistible. But for the Chosen One, such a burden was nothing at all. As long as he wanted to, he could use the eternal sword countless times. So after the sword, he was not seriously injured, and even his aura did not change at all. But there was no obstacle in front of him anymore. The three super sword formations were all destroyed. The imperial palace completely collapsed. Huawu Emperor was completely seriously injured. Daybreak died in the battle. Jingzhe was seriously injured. Song Ci seemed to be in the best condition, but the large pieces of metal on her body were extremely dim, and there was no light shining anymore. Li Dongqing appeared silently in front of them. He quietly looked at the despair and gloom in their eyes, and suddenly felt that everything was boring. This sword is for you. Do you like it? Li Dongqing looked at Huawu Emperor. He said lightly, "Good sword." Huawu Emperor's aura was extremely weak, but he struggled to smile. "What's the name of this sword?" Li Dongqing's eyes were in a trance for a moment, and he whispered, "Do you know what my martial arts were like at the beginning? Tell me about it." Huawu Emperor panted and asked numbly, "Winner takes all. After tonight, there would be no Li family, no purgatory of heaven capital, and no Huawu Emperor. Decades of hard work would come to nothing tonight." He was completely disheartened. "I don't have any ambition, and I don't intend to create a *T sword dynasty." Li Dongqing said lightly, "I've always been a selfish person and a person who wants to be lazy. Heavenly Son, who is interested in being a heavenly son?" The original martial arts were the product of selfishness and laziness. At that time, I didn't think about martial arts. What I wanted was destructive power, potential, vitality, and so on. I didn't care about them. So, in the original martial arts, I only cultivated two swords. Each sword could overdraw half of my vitality and potential. One of the two swords is called East Emperor. The other is called North Sea. If you hadn't cut off one of my godfather's arms, I would have reached the invincible realm in a few years. At that time, I would have taken these two swords to Dongdu and Mount Dibing. East Emperor would have given you, and North Sea would have given me to Mount Dibing. There would have been no Li family, no Wang family of Beihai, and no Li Dongqing in the world. We would have ended everything together. Wouldn't that be great? You forced me to do this. The sword I gave you just now was East Emperor. Unfortunately, it didn't consume my vitality or overdraw my potential. If you still had people to kill, I would have given you 10 more swords. Dozens of East Emperor would have been no problem. You would have died and so would North Sea, but I would have survived. Little uncle, do you feel that you have suffered a loss? A loss? Ha, ha, ha. It's not a loss at all. Li Huawu looked at Li Dongqing with some sympathy and pity in his eyes. You'd rather die than live like this. I didn't suffer a loss, and you didn't gain. Li Dongqing's eyes were cold. He looked at Li Huawu quietly. It's all thanks to you that I have today. Don't you regret it? If it weren't for that year, your Li family would be in a completely different situation. Maybe you could really become my little uncle. Everything that happened back then. He was silent for a while. A streak of sword energy crossed the neck of the Heavenly Emperor of Huawu. Why? The Heavenly Emperor of Huawu muttered to himself and shook his head. It doesn't matter. There was silence. In the silence, Li Dongqing shattered the sword chi and smiled. I suddenly can't bear to let you die. You said it yourself that living is worse than death. Since that's the case, I'll ask little uncle to experience it for me. Countless streaks of sword energy fell on him and sealed all his blood vessels. The sword energy vibrated. Li Huawu's limbs were all broken and smashed in an instant. Li Huawu couldn't move. His eyes were wide open. Under the severe pain, he could only keep whimpering. Li Dongqing's eyes fell on Song Si and Jingzhi. Song Si was motionless. She had lost the ability to move unless she went back to the Wang family of Beihai to re-inject energy into her body. Jingzhi hesitated, struggled, and knelt down beside Li Dongqing. There was no irreconcilable hatred between her and the Sword Dynasty. The only origin was that she was from the Jade Pool, a martial arts force that struggled to survive after the Dongqing family was destroyed. She was the sword master of silence of this generation. Before that, she didn't even know Li Dongqing. The reason why she was there was only because of the task given by the Congress of Zhongzhou State. It would be best if she could complete the task. But facing the god of sword in such a state, the god of killing swords of Zhongzhou State, the task to destroy the Lin clan was a complete joke. She was an expert at the peak of the invincible realm and ranked on the divine list. With such an individual strength, it was impossible for her to be absolutely loyal to the group. The outcome of the Purgatory of Heaven capital was clear. If she could survive, she wouldn't mind joining hands with the Sword Dynasty at all, so that the Sword Dynasty would have a suitable opportunity to enter the subcontinent and Zhongzhou State. Jingzhi lowered her head. Her voice was soft and delicate. Greetings, Your Majesty, God of Sword. Li Dongqing had no grudge against her, so he ignored her and just looked at Song Si. Donghuang, that was a powerful move. Song Si whispered, but Beihai shouldn't have lost. Li Dongqing raised his eyebrows. Beihai used to have something that could turn the tables in a desperate situation. What a pity, Song Si heaved a sigh. What is it? Li Dongqing asked. Song Si was silent for a moment and shook her head. I don't know. Your mother went to the Mount Dibbing all of a sudden. My husband didn't have time to tell me what it was. Beihai doesn't need it anymore. Li Dongqing was silent for a moment and said casually, It's not time for you to die yet. You can go back to Beihai. Mother's remains are still there. Wait for me. I'll get them. Then I'll give you the sword of Beihai. You won't kill me? Song Si looked at Li Dongqing in disbelief. I'm here to destroy the Li family. Li Dongqing said calmly, You will die, but not here. There was no reason. He didn't want to kill Song Si now. He just didn't want to. Then he wouldn't kill her. In the future, when he won back his mother's remains and flattened the Mount Dibbing, he would give the sword of Beihai to the Wang family of Beihai. That would be the best. He was the chosen one of the times. Standing at this height, he really didn't have to worry about anything. He could do whatever he wanted. He could be willful. He could be unscrupulous. Sword energy swept through the palace one after another. Li Dongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. The entire palace collapsed dozens of meters under his sword. All the buildings had been buried inside. As a result, the only building on the high ground was very conspicuous. This was supposed to be a small base deep under the palace. The outside was made of all kinds of sturdy alloy structures. It looked like a secret room, but also like a small shelter. Li Dongqing suddenly stretched out his palm toward the palace. Countless wreckage was overturned by the sword energy into the sky. The sword energy tore the earth apart. Like an invisible hand, it directly covered the small base. The alloy walls were completely shattered, and the countless structures inside were completely shattered. The formless sword qi directly destroyed the small base, pulling out a core basement of the base. The basement rose into the air and kept shattering in the air. In the basement, one figure after another fell in front of Li Dongqing. The emperor of Huawu, whose limbs were shattered, sobbed and struggled again. His body was completely sealed by the sword energy, and he couldn't even open his mouth. In this basement, all the people hiding were his family, the core of the Li family, and the royal family of East Island. The empress of the emperor of Huawu, the 6 women of the emperor of Huawu, and his 3 daughters and 3 sons, the empress, the imperial concubine, the prince, and the prince, all of them fell at Li Dongqing's feet. Although they forced themselves to be calm, there was indescribable horror and fear deep in their eyes. Li Dongqing looked at this scene with a playful look in his eyes. There was a trace of pleading in Li Huawu's eyes unconsciously. "You want me to let them go, right?" Li Dongqing pointed at these so-called royal family members. Li Huawu didn't speak. He didn't nod or shake his head. He just stared at Li Dongqing. "It's impossible." Li Dongqing said blandly, "Don't be naive. There are so many toys. I'll play with them until I get tired of them. Then I'll send you to hell. Anyway, you've said that it doesn't matter anymore, right? In that case, give me your empress and princess. When I'm tired of them, maybe I'll find some men for them. Well, your sons are not bad. How about it? I'll marry your empress and princess to your sons. Maybe they can continue to breed for your Li family. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Li Dongqing sobbed crazily as if he was cursing. "Sorry, my imagination is limited," Li Dongqing said slowly, "but there are many talents in the Sword Dynasty. They have many ways that we can't imagine at all. I'll make you and your family live a life worse than death." Li Dongqing. Among the royal family members prostrating at his feet, a young figure suddenly jumped up. With lightning around him, he threw a punch at Li Dongqing crazily. Li Dongqing reached out and held his arm. He seemed to be Li Huawu's eldest son because he was the oldest among Li Huawu's children. He looked to be in his 20s. His strength was at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, which was outstanding. "Crown Prince?" Li Tianlan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The young crown prince was in a yellow robe. His eyes were twisted and resentful. Crack. With a little force, Li Dongqing completely crushed the crown prince's fist little by little as the crown prince groaned more and more angrily. He frowned slightly and seemed to be dissatisfied. With a little force, he directly tore off the crown prince's entire arm. The crown prince's scream was earth-shattering. His body fell to the ground weakly. The empress, the so-called imperial concubines, and the princes all surrounded him. Li Huawu's eyes were blood-red, and his body kept trembling. Fear spread with the women's cries. Li Dongqing threw away the arm in his hand, listened to the cries around him, and licked the blood on his fingertips. He laughed. Suddenly he laughed. "Ha, pa, 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 ha." He kept laughing and his voice was getting louder and louder. The sword energy around him completely turned into resentment. At this moment, he was full of strong and almost dazzling negative emotions, like a madman. "You hate me. Good, that's good. This is the emotion we should have and should continue to maintain. In this way, we are all pure and not tired. You should hate me as much as I hate you. When you joined forces with Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai more than 20 years ago, did you think about the present? When you facilitated the deal between Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai, did you think about the present? When my father died, did you think about it? But now, forcing my father's woman to marry into Kunlun City, Li Dongqing glanced at Song Si with extremely cold and gloomy eyes, and then continued to look at Li Huawu. Did you think about the present? Why didn't you kill me back then? If you had killed me, there wouldn't be the present. Absorbing the power of Emperor Dong's palace, forcing the Sword Pavilion to keep making concessions, killing my godfather, forcing the Lin clan, when you, Emperor Huawu, and the Li family were at their proudest, did you ever think about the present? I just want to know. Did you ever think about it? When the Dongqing clan was destroyed, did you ever think that you would have such a day? You have to pay it back, Li Dongqing muttered to himself. You have to pay it back. You have my current life long ago, and now you have to pay it back to me little by little. He suddenly pulled the Empress over. This was a woman whose age was hard to tell. She was dignified, noble, reserved, and reserved. She was no longer young, but still looked elegant and slender with careful maintenance, and her skin was white and tender. In the cries of the people around her, her eyes were slightly red, but she still kept calm. Sword energy flashed at Li Dongqing's fingertips and directly tore her clothes. Her white and slender body, like a young virgin, shone with an extremely seductive luster in the night sky. The Empress screamed. Li Dongqing didn't stop and directly tore all the clothes of the other women. Under the cold night sky of Dongdu, spring was everywhere. Li Huawu had good taste. His genes were also very good. Therefore, these women could be said to be rare beauties. Since they were young, they had been pampered and had a trace of noble temperament that ordinary people didn't have. At this time, the weeping beauty in the face of panic added a touch of special charm. Come and serve me, Li Dongqing said lightly. If you can satisfy me, I can make your Majesty's life more comfortable, and I can also make your life more comfortable. In the stifled cries, a princess of about 20 years old hesitated and walked over, regardless of the people around her. She seemed to want to cover something subconsciously, but without clothes, she finally knelt in front of Li Dongqing with red eyes, biting her lips. Under the moonlight, her slender fingers touched Li Dongqing's snow-white robe. Li Dongqing suddenly felt extremely disgusted. Bang! Her body suddenly flew into the air. Li Dongqing sent her flying with a single kick. There were no screams or cries of alarm. Her body was directly shattered into pieces in midair. It's not fun, he muttered to himself, and it stained my clothes. Everyone closed their mouths tightly and looked at Li Dongqing in horror. Come on. Li Dongqing looked at Li Huawu's sons. A 17 or 18-year-old boy was completely scared out of his wits, trembling as he walked toward Li Dongqing. Li Dongqing, he looked at the boy walking toward him in disbelief and suddenly waved his hand. The boy's head flew into the sky, splashing blood. I'm talking about them. Li Dongqing pointed to Li Huawu's women and daughters. The crown prince's expression was bleak. The other prince's face was even paler. They were their elder sister, younger sister, auntie, and even their biological mother. Your Majesty, they need this. Jingzhe's voice sounded. Instead of getting up, she chose to crawl directly to Li Dongqing and took out a small medicine bottle from her clothes with both hands. You can feed it to them. You'll see what you want. Of course, Li Dongqing knew what it was. But Jingzhe was a woman and a beauty at the peak of the invincible realm. How could she carry such a thing? I also dabble in mental power. This thing is used to interrogate some criminals who keep their mouths shut. As long as they eat it, no one can resist their desire. Li Dongqing took it. The pills in the bottle were very small. His figure flashed. He forced 2 pills into the mouths of these men and women. Everyone froze in place in despair. Li Dongqing returned to Jingzhe and looked down at her. You're good. Jingzhe was ecstatic, but she pretended to be sorry. Unfortunately, I didn't bring a camera. It doesn't matter. Li Tianlong said blandly, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jingzhe knelt in place and didn't speak. The medicine she provided was extremely effective. In less than 10 minutes, in front of Li Huawu, everyone was completely entangled. Li Dongqing watched silently. His expression calmed down, but his aura revealed a kind of unscrupulous and indulgent aura from his bones. Your Majesty, if you need, I can do it. Jingzhe's voice trembled slightly, soft and charming. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Dongqing said it again. He stood up and walked to Li Huao. Li Huao's eyes widened to the maximum. His body was blocked by the sword energy. He couldn't move or speak, but wisps of blood kept gushing out from the corners of his mouth. I suddenly feel like something is missing. Li Dongqing waved his hand and unlocked the sword energy that blocked him. The two sat together and looked at the men and women who were entangled and almost irrational. Isn't the scene in front of you exciting? You can beg me, scold me, or say anything. That's perfect. Li Huao didn't scold him. He just stared at Li Tianlan, and the resentment in his eyes was almost tangible. You beast. I'm indeed a beast. Li Dongqing nodded in agreement. You're a bastard, and a piece of trash. You've always thought so, haven't you? Your evaluation makes me feel a little bored. You'll get retribution. Li Huao's resentful voice revealed a kind of powerlessness that even he could feel. I don't have children or parents. You talk to me about retribution? If it's just me, it doesn't matter. Do you think I care whether I live or not? Li Huao had nothing to say. The whispers around him came into his ears. He felt like his heart was being twisted by a knife, and he felt extremely humiliated. I just let your children and women enjoy life. Li Dongqing said softly, what happened today will happen again in a few days, or several times. Then, the whole world will see the wonderful picture we see now. No one in the Li family will live, and there will be no honor. Don't worry, you won't die for the time being. Because I haven't played enough. I will use all means to play the Li family and everything in it that you value so much into shit, and then send your whole family to hell. Kill me. Li Huao growled. I'm begging you, kill me. I will. Li Dongqing patted his face. You won't die if I don't cut you 10,000 times. Let's play slowly. In the incomparably shrill roar, Li Dongqing nodded. That's settled. In the night, the messy palace and the battlefield were getting farther and farther in sight. The moving figures gradually became small, and the fire began to fade. Everything became blurred and finally began to disappear. The consciousness in the darkness always remained silent. Qin Weibai was silent. Li Guangtu was almost numb. The concept of time had already disappeared unconsciously. At the moment when the fire was about to disappear, Li Dongqing was 30 years old. Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu seemed to have experienced the changes of 30 years, but it also seemed that only a moment had passed. They lived in this time and space with pure consciousness, and time seemed to have nothing to do with them. They saw Li Dongqing grow up, saw the Li family that had a short rise and ushered in its own era, and saw an extremely crazy and extreme chosen one who had no nostalgia, no care, and no reluctance. The new dynasty was rising at a speed that caught everyone off guard. And the ruler of the dynasty was a veritable lunatic. A lunatic who didn't care about any rules, didn't care about the future, and did whatever he wanted. What kind of dark world would that be? The darkness came completely and swallowed everything. Then the light shone again in the darkness. Time seemed to turn into the wind, blowing around the two of them. The picture appeared again. It was like a picture put together at will. It was a mess, and all kinds of events kept fast-forwarding. Li Guangtu saw the complete fall of the purgatory of heaven capital. With the death of Emperor Huao, Zhongzhou State's plan to attack East Island completely failed and went bankrupt, with heavy losses. East Island formed a new cabinet, elected a new royal family, and began to break away from the infiltration and control of Zhongzhou State. The purgatory of heaven capital was miserable. As Emperor Huo and his family were brought back to the headquarters of the Sword Dynasty, the purgatory of heaven capital and the Li family were completely in chaos. This also made the Sword Dynasty, which was unprepared and a little hasty to start a war against the purgatory of heaven capital, very smooth. In 3 months, the purgatory of heaven capital, which was deeply rooted in East Island, was completely wiped out. All the veterans of the Li family were wiped out. No one dared to oppose the madness of the God of Sword. Any organizations and forces related to the Li family were broken under the sword of the Sword Dynasty. Families were broken, and people were killed. Cruel and tragic pictures kept showing up one after another. The Li family was trampled into the dust little by little. Then the Sword Dynasty began to sweep across the continent. The remaining forces of the Li family no longer had the slightest chance of survival. Li Kuangde saw many old people of the Li family become ghosts unwillingly and regretfully. They were angry and cursed in their miserable end. He also saw the headquarters of the Sword Dynasty. She watched as Li Dongqing indulged himself in a drunken stupor with groups of beautiful women of noble status. He saw the Huawu family, which had its own clubhouse, providing free service to everyone. Half a year later, the empress, the imperial concubine, and several princesses were all pregnant. No one knew who the father was, because there were at least hundreds of guests entering the Li family's clubhouse every day. The Sword Dynasty formed the top shooting team in Hollywood. The empress, the imperial concubine, the princesses, the princes, some important women of the Li family, and some of the Li family's allies began to make various individual and group features, showing what natural beauty and top-notch directing skills were in front of the world's audience. The Li family's former glory, former fame, everything was trampled into the abyss in those special features one after another. The emperor of Huawu, who had stood at the top and looked down on the whole dark world, had become a joke. Once a person gave up, there was really nothing that he couldn't let go of. The empress and the two princesses failed to commit suicide several times and seemed to have begun to become numb. Then they began to enjoy it. Then the Sword Dynasty completely disfigured them. Li Dongqing had always looked on coldly, because what Li Huawu encountered was just the beginning. In the second year after the destruction of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, the people of the Sword Dynasty set up a team to deal with Li Huawu in order to please Li Dongqing. They took turns to humiliate and torture him. They seemed to have completely inherited the God of Swords' dislike of the Li family. They poured out the malice and hatred in their hearts without scruples, physically and mentally. They resorted to every conceivable means. During this time, the Sword Dynasty was unstoppable. The bases belonging to the Sword Dynasty began to spread in the subcontinent. There were 4 bases in East Island. Zhongzhou State had the most bases of the Sword Dynasty in the world. Yuzhou, Huading, Nanyue, Wuyue, Jiangzhou. More than 20 bases completely entered Zhongzhou State and began to penetrate into various fields of Zhongzhou State. There was no more legend of the Li family in the world. Even if someone occasionally mentioned it, it was just a joke and a negative teaching material not to go against the Sword Dynasty. Then experts of the Invincible Realm took the initiative to join the Sword Dynasty. The Sword Dynasty became a real dynasty. When Li Dongqing was 36 years old, Li Huo died. Li Dongqing, who felt tired, completely fulfilled his promise and cut him into pieces. When the God of Sword cut him for the last time, there was no relief and relaxation in Li Huawu's eyes. The moment his eyes dimmed, there was only the most complete despair, numbness, and dullness left. Along with the corpses of his family, Li Dongqing threw them into the meat grinder and fed them to the dogs. The Li family ended miserably. At that time, Li Dongqing was standing in front of Li Huawu's family. In front of him was a huge but not deep iron basin. In front of the iron basin were 7 or 8 huge dogs. The dogs were eating meat. Li Dongqing watched. Li Huawu's family was in the basin. He silently watched the large basin of food slowly become less and less. In the end, there was no residue left. From the beginning to the end, Li Dongqing only said one sentence. "I'm a beast. Uncle, aren't you a beast too?" Those scenes were reflected in Li Kuangtu's consciousness. They were like drops of blood, which converged into the Li family's last cry. The Sword Dynasty, which had more than 160 bases around the world, had completely become synonymous with the Dark World. All countries accepted that fact. There was no way not to. When the Sword Dynasty was expanding at its fiercest in Zhongzhou State, the president of Zhongzhou State, Wang Jingxin, joined forces with dozens of countries around the world to strongly condemn the Sword Dynasty's actions at the United Nations. As for Li Dongqing, there was a condemnation of more than 20,000 words. In the condemnation book, Li Dongqing was inhumane, unscrupulous, dirty, despicable, and even worse than pigs and dogs. He was a disgusting member of the Communist Party. Many countries of the subcontinent, including East Island, jointly signed a letter asking the Sword Dynasty to restrain its actions. Wang Jingxin even said that if the Sword Dynasty continued, they would not rule out forming a joint force to destroy it. On the day the statement was made, the spokesperson of Zhongzhou State mysteriously disappeared. Wang Jingxin's secretary mysteriously disappeared. The God of Swords' official response was ridiculously simple. From beginning to end, his official response was only one word: whatever. The following year, the God of Sword Li Dongqing, guardian of the Dark World, dominator of the Sword Dynasty, won the Nobel Peace Prize. In the same year, Li Dongqing won the United Nations Peace Medal and served as the Ambassador of Peace. The next day after he got the Ambassador of Peace, Li Dongqing entered Zhongzhou State for the first time in more than 30 years. Dongqing had been in Zhongzhou State for almost 2 years. The Sword Dynasty established a new group in Zhongzhou State. Liaodong, Zhejiang, Nanyue, Dongshan, Jianghuai, Jiangnan, and West Guangdong were filled with the supreme will of the God of Sword. Li Dongqing took a jura to Zhejiang. On the same day, the government of Zhejiang and Lin officially announced that Shizi Lake would be permanently closed to the public and would be transformed into a private cemetery of the Sword Dynasty. No one said anything. When you couldn't do anything and the other side didn't care, anything you said would be in vain, unless the speaker didn't care about anything either. But apart from Li Dongqing, those who really didn't care about anything were not qualified to say anything. Therefore, the whole world hoped that Li Dongqing would die quickly and without a whole body. Every day, countless people cursed Li Dongqing to die quickly. Then, the whole world found something interesting. The God of Sword Li Dongqing's private jet mysteriously disappeared on the way to Beihai Province. There was no signal, no sign. The God of Sword, the CEO of the Sword Dynasty, and Azura were missing. They were really missing. The whole world went crazy and wept with joy. From the perspective of Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu, the private jet passed through the darkness and landed in Beihai. They landed in Xingzhou, which they were very familiar with. 2 spaces, chaotic time. No one could tell what was going on. Maybe it was because the movie they watched made Li Dongqing come to Xingzhou, which they were familiar with, or for some other reason. Li Dongqing came. In the fury of Azura's declaration that he would slaughter Xingzhou, the 3 of them came to Mount Dibing. It was another familiar scene. It was a scene that was almost an unsolved mystery in the dark world today. Li Dongqing flicked his fingers gently. It was not the Beihai that hadn't been used yet, but the almost eternal sword light completely tore apart all the buildings on Mount Dibing and split Mount Dibing. Qin Weibai and Li Guangdu could clearly see the expression of disbelief and sudden realization on Summer Solstice's face. They also saw Li Dongqing's ecstasy after being stunned. The puzzle that had troubled the dark world for a long time finally had an answer. When the whole world was still looking for the mysterious expert who split Mount Dibing, only the 2 of them and Summer Solstice knew that it was the God of Sword from another space and time. Fast forward. Countless pictures began to play faster and faster. Li Dongqing, who came to a strange space and time for a short time, did not see his father Li Tianlan and mother Qin Weibai after all. He came and left unintentionally. So in that space and time, the ecstasy caused by the disappearance of the God of Sword came to an abrupt end. The North Sea province turned into a plain white. The God of Sword came in person. All the people on Mount Dibing, including Song Ci, the current patriarch Wang Haoyan, all the masters, all the higher-ups, the patriarchs and core members of the 7 major sword-holding families, all knelt on the ground in mourning and let Li Dongqing take away the remains of his mother that had been preserved in Beihai for many years. The brilliance of Beihai, which had been suppressed by the purgatory of Heaven Capital for many years, seemed to be completely dimmed and almost disappeared because of that white. Li Dongqing returned to the Sword God domain. The entire Sword Dynasty was expanding at an extremely savage and terrifying speed. The God of Sword was too lazy to pay attention to it. A 29-year-old young man appeared beside him, and on the first day he appeared beside the God of Sword, he got an identity that shocked the dark world. The first disciple of the God of Sword. Li Dongqing had accepted a disciple. He was not a disciple that had been cultivated since childhood, at least in the eyes of outsiders. In fact, the fate of master and disciple had long been a fact. It first appeared 10 years ago. That year, the so-called first disciple of the god of war was 19 years old. He was at the peak of the ice-condensing realm. The god of sword would go to a place every year with all his martial arts experience and hand it over to his disciple in the shortest time possible. Every year, the class was held on Qingming Day. For 10 consecutive years, the young man who was less than 20 years old made rapid progress. At the age of 29, he was at the peak of the half-step invincible realm and had the combat capability of the invincible realm. His family might also know that he had a master and who his master was. So when he was 20 years old, his family changed his original name and named him Lin Qingming. He was born with wind and thunder veins, the first disciple of the god of war. He was the young patriarch of this generation of the Lin clan. He was not the son of Lin Yuxian. Lin Yuxian was Lin Qingming's uncle. His mother was Lin Youxian's sister, Lin Chuxue, the youngest daughter of Lin Fengting. Lin Chuxue did not get married. Instead, she had a test tube baby, which was Lin Qingming today. He appeared in front of the world for the first time and became the second man in the sword god domain. In fact, it did not matter anymore. At that time, hundreds of noble women with different styles around the sword god domain had been driven away by Li Dongqing. In his words, he was tired of them. He began to teach Lin Qingming the Tao of the sword carefully. On the basis of the 24 moves of sword of the Lin clan, he taught him his own Tao of the sword. He taught him everything he had. That year, Li Dongqing was about to be 38 years old. Lin Qingming officially entered the invincible realm. Because of his age, his body was a little fragile compared to the invincible realm, but the wind and thunder veins made up for this defect to some extent. In this state, once Lin Qingming burst out with all his strength, he had the combat capability close to the peak of the invincible realm. Lin Qingming began to officially walk out of the sword god domain. He completely took over Dongqing's position and served as the second CEO of the sword dynasty. Dongqing returned to the sword god domain to accompany Li Dongqing. The sword dynasty had more than 200 bases in the world. The sword god in the sword god domain rarely went out and even spoke little. Most of the time, he sat in his room. His body was at its peak, even much stronger than when he destroyed the Li family. But his temperament was getting quieter and quieter. In this quietness, the soul under his young appearance seemed to be extremely old. The sword god was 40 years old. Lin Qingming officially stepped into the peak of the invincible realm. The potential of the wind and thunder veins was fully stimulated, and Lin Qingming ushered in his peak. He had never officially surpassed the invincible realm, but with the help of the wind and thunder veins, his combat capability was almost no less than that of the heavenly emperor of Huawu. It was also on this day that Lin Qingming came back to visit his teacher. The bad news of the Lin clan came. Lin Fengting passed away in the worry-free villa. He was 97 years old. This year, it had been 3 years since Wang Jingxin, the president of Zhongzhou State, retired. The new president had a trace of the Sword Dynasty group. The sword god returned to the worry-free villa and the headquarters of the Lin clan again. The funeral was grand and magnificent. After the funeral, the leaders of various countries were sent away. Li Dongqing stood in front of the grave of his master and godfather and asked Lin Chuxue if his master had told him anything in the end. Lin Chuxue said no. Li Dongqing stood in front of the grave for a long time and finally left the Lin clan. He actually wanted to ask Lin Chuxue if she could leave a piece of land for him in the cemetery of the Lin clan beside his godfather and master. But in the end, he didn't ask anything. Just like he decided not to enter the private cemetery of the Sword Dynasty on the West Lake. He was afraid of dirtying this place. Just like how many people evaluated him, Li Dongqing thought that he was a beast, or even worse than a beast. After he died, there was no need to pollute the cemetery of the Lin clan. The next night after the sword god returned to the sword god domain, he had dinner with Dong Qingyu. That night, Dong Qingyu drank a lot of wine and then looked at him with a drunken smile, saying that she was tired. Li Dongqing just nodded. The next day, after the violent shock of the Sword Dynasty, The Sword Dynasty officially announced that the sword god Li Dongqing, the former CEO Dong Qingyu, officially left the Sword Dynasty. Everything in the Sword Dynasty was inherited by the current CEO of the Sword Dynasty, Lin Qingming. The Lin clan was no longer a recluse, because the current Sword Dynasty was the entire Dark World. The will of the Sword God spread in his own Dark World, and no one dared to refute it. Lin Qingming officially became the new Sword God of the Dark World, topped the divine list, and served as the patriarch of the Lin clan. At this moment, Li Dongqing finally felt that he had done everything he could do. There was only one thing left. His master had passed away, and there was nothing to be sad about. So, destroy the Wang family of Beihai. There was no suspense. Under the will of the new Sword God, tens of thousands of elites of the Sword Dynasty followed Li Dongqing to Mount Dibing. The 6 invincible realm experts in the dynasty, including Lin Qingming, were all there. Azura, Waking Insect, Shao Tian. Those who should come were all there, but no one made a move. They all knew very well that the Sword God did not need them to make a move. The Sword Dynasty landed in Beihai Province. The Sword God began to understand the final grievances. From south to north. 12 hours. The 7 sword-holding families of the Wang family of Beihai were all wiped out. In the eyes of the Sword God, there was no such thing as a battle or an opponent. Invincible to this extent, there was nothing but loneliness. At the foot of Mount Dibing, the Sword God, who was already 40 years old, said, "It was a very simple sentence. Escape is forbidden here." The real supreme law of swordsmanship, which even surpassed that of East Emperor, appeared in this space for the first time. Mount Dibing was completely sealed by the vast sword energy. One sword. It was called Beihai. The pure and powerful sword energy fell like heaven and earth. The sky full of sharpness completely shattered Mount Dibing. The Wang family of Beihai had completely become history. As the actual ruler of the Wang family of Beihai, Song Si had no mercy. She directly detonated the nuclear egg in Mount Dibing. With a loud roar and an absolute high temperature, a mushroom cloud rose. Song Si took a small number of remaining elites and escaped from the shelter of Mount Dibing with Haoyan and entered the Beihai Sea area. Li Dongqing did not die. He went straight through the core area with the most intense radiation and rushed into Beihai. The elites of the Sword Dynasty were mighty, as if following their gods. The pictures in the movie kept flashing. Qin Weibai watched quietly. Li Guangtu watched blankly. His consciousness seemed to have completely lost its soul. But in the next second, his heart slightly froze. He saw the Sword God catch up with Song Si and Wang Haoyan. He also saw a young man suddenly appear in the void. After a brief exchange of blows, another familiar-looking young man appeared. He had a chubby figure and a harmless smile. He looked very kind and easy to talk to. He stood directly with Li Dongqing. And the young man who appeared first stood with Song Si and Wang Haoyan. The 2 mysterious young men seemed to be talking about something, but Li Guangtu could not hear them. This person, Li Guangtu looked at the fat man and finally remembered that the fat man was in the information he received not long ago. In his time and space. After Chen Fangqing's death, the fat man was among the few people who followed Li Tianlan to Yuzhou. Who was he? Why had he never appeared before? If he thought about it further, was the fat man in front of him the fat man in his time and space? Or the fat man in this time and space? He suddenly remembered that Yu Donglai had told him not long ago that there was a superior in Emperor Dong's palace. The fat man appeared inexplicably and then disappeared inexplicably. It seemed that he just came over and did nothing. Only the young man who appeared at the beginning stayed there. He was neither servile nor overbearing, but he kept a low profile. It seemed that he was pleading for the Wang family of Beihai. What he waited for was the Sword God's endless order of the sword principle and the sword energy as vast as the ocean. The young man seemed to only have the strength of the peak of the invincible realm, but his real combat capability was so strong that it was shocking. When the Sword God attacked with all his strength, he even caused some injuries to him. But that was all. Song Si's almost mechanical body was completely broken. Her head was separated from her body and she fell into the deep sea. Under the sword light, Wang Haoyan's body was directly smashed into a bloody mist all over the sky. The young man who tried to stop him was pierced through the heart by Li Dongqing's sword. Just like when he came, he also disappeared abruptly. The Wang family of Beihai, like the Li family, completely became history. This year, Li Dongqing was still 40 years old. Almost half of his life had passed, and he had done everything that he could do. He had completely unloaded the responsibility that he had carried for decades. There was no relaxation, no joy, no excitement after revenge. After doing all this, Li Dongqing seemed to be completely empty in his heart. A sword moved to the East Emperor. A sword moved to the North Sea. These two swords didn't overdraw all his vitality, but they had completely emptied his soul. He didn't return to the sword god domain. Instead, he took Dongqing Yu and wandered aimlessly in every corner of the world. Dongqing Yu once asked, intentionally or unintentionally, when they would leave. There was no purpose in leaving, but there was a clear purpose. There was only one direction, which led directly to death. Everything was over. They seemed to have no reason to live. Li Dongqing's answer was also very simple. He couldn't leave. Yes, he didn't know how to die. He had once allowed his sword energy to pierce through his heart, his brain, and all the fatal acupoints in his body. But he couldn't die. At his level of martial arts, he had discovered the essence of martial arts. But he didn't bother to pursue this. But even if he didn't study it, his martial arts still broke through to an upper limit where he could clearly feel the suppression. The most direct result was not to what extent his combat capability had improved by leaps and bounds. But his whole body, there were no vital points. Dongqing Yu didn't think deeply about the answer to this question. Since her brother didn't leave, she naturally wouldn't leave either. So they traveled all over the world, looking at the mountains, lakes, seas, clouds, and the bustling world. Looking at the boundless secular world, they just watched quietly. There was no happiness, no hurt. Their hearts had long been completely empty. Then, the two entered the central continent again and entered the private cemetery of the Sword Dynasty. At the West Lake, the two unexpectedly found a small house built in the cemetery near the graves of Dongqing Huangtu and Gu Xianyan, and the guards arranged in the cemetery by the Sword Dynasty turned a blind eye to it. In the face of such a situation, the first reaction of the two was not anger, but great curiosity. The Dongqing clan cemetery was obviously cleaned frequently. It was clean and tidy, and there were some fresh flowers and fruits, which were all very fresh, obviously changed frequently. Li Dongqing and Dongqing Yu knocked on the small wooden house in the cemetery. A graceful and slender figure walked out of the small wooden house. A faint fragrance overflowed from her body. The woman should be very young, wearing a very simple long dress, with retro hair. The moment she gently opened the door of the wooden house, the sister and brother seemed to see a beam of incomparably soft and warm light. Classical, beautiful, and mysterious. Her temperament was ethereal and gentle. It was a kind of feeling that made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts at first glance. The woman's face was covered with a thin layer of veil, which was hazy and almost transparent, but on the face, Li Dongqing couldn't see her appearance clearly. He only remembered that she had a pair of crystal-clear eyes, with the quickness and intelligence of a young girl. They looked at the girl. The girl was also looking at them. Under the veil, the corners of her mouth were raised, as if she was smiling happily. "Who are you?" Dongqing Yu took the initiative to ask. "Sister, just call me Little Six, my nickname is Little Six." The girl said softly. Her voice was like a clear spring, with the power to nourish people's hearts. "Little Six, why not Little Five?" Dongqing Yu looked at her with some doubts. "You are here, guarding the graves of my in-laws?" The girl said softly. Before the brother and sister in front of them could doubt whether their brother didn't die in prison, the girl had already bowed slightly to Li Dongqing and said softly, "Little Six greets my husband and sister." Husband? What a historical name. Li Dongqing wasn't stunned, but asked, "Why did the surrounding guards let you in?" "I lied to them, they believed me. But it's not a lie, I'm really guarding the graves of my husband's family, my parents-in-law." The girl said softly, "I don't know you." Li Dongqing said lightly. It's my father's order to let me follow my husband. I have been in love with my husband for a long time, so, the girl bit her lips softly, her eyes were very passionate. Oh! Li Dongqing replied with an oh, and walked into the wooden house. The wooden house was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. A small wooden bed, a small wooden table, no phone, no computer, only a few scattered books. The girl followed in and said softly, "Husband, do you want to rest? Do you want to prepare a double bed?" "No need." Li Dongqing's voice was flat. The girl nodded. "If my husband and sister are tired, you can rest here for a while. Our family is here. Quietly, my parents-in-law are also looking at us." The girl's eyes flashed with a smile. Her eyes swept to the void. In the void, Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu could clearly feel that the girl's eyes fell on them. She even nodded her head. Dongqing Yu looked at her and seemed to be a little moved. She hesitated and whispered, "What's your name?" "I can't say." The girl's voice was gentle. Dongqing Yu was stunned. "My father said that I can only tell you my name when my husband asks for it. Even this veil can only be taken off when my husband asks." Li Dongqing was indifferent. He was not curious about the beautiful face behind the veil. He was not curious about her real name and origin. She wasn't curious about who the highly suggestive imperial father represented. He was not interested, did not want to live, and was not curious. So he didn't say anything. The girl was not angry and turned to prepare some food. Li Dongqing came to his parents' grave and sat down quietly. He looked at the grave in front of him quietly. The sky in Lin and was sunny. The water vapor by the west lake was hazy. Li Dongqing sat quietly with his eyes closed. From the Lin clan to Europe, he had traveled all over the world. There was blood, endless killing, and emptiness. When he put everything down and came back here again, sitting in front of his parents' grave, he really, completely relaxed for the first time. The world around him seemed to become extremely quiet. Li Dongqing's soul was extremely relaxed. He was extremely focused. Mysteriously, he felt the gaze that fell on him. Li Dongqing frowned and suddenly opened his eyes. In his sight, the sun came down from the corner of the cemetery. Li Dongqing saw a trance of light. A perfect, dreamy figure stood in the light, looking at him quietly and softly, with tears streaming down her face. And not far from this figure, there was an extremely stupefied man. An unprecedented feeling crashed directly into the depths of Li Dongqing's heart. He suddenly stood up and took a step forward. In his sight, the perfect woman's figure also came over. She was extremely illusory and extremely real. She reached out as if she wanted to touch Li Dongqing's face. The extremely familiar voice in the depths of his memory sounded, trembling slightly. "Child, I am Qin." A gentle breeze blew past his ears. The woman's figure suddenly disappeared. Li Dongqing stood where he was and was silent for a long time. His aura was changing without him noticing. At this moment he thought of the young fat man he met when he was chasing Song Ci in the North Sea. He thought of the suppression he could clearly feel in martial arts. He thought of Song Ci, who had been severely injured by his sword on Mount Dibbing. He thought of a lot of things, and his temperament was constantly changing. His eyes were brighter. The kind of suppression he could feel in martial arts was becoming more and more obvious. His aura gradually receded, and his realm slid slightly to the most reasonable level. A long-lost vitality blossomed from Li Dongqing's body along with his thoughts. That was real. From another point of view, this was the beginning of his official return. The god of sword, Li Dongqing, was successfully revived. In the void, a young man in a black dragon robe laughed, feeling extremely comfortable. He watched as Li Dongqing turned around and walked towards the wooden hut. He watched as Li Dongqing walked in front of his daughter and reached out to take off the veil covering her face, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face of the Qin dynasty. He heard Li Dongqing's calm and slow voice. "What's your name?" The perspective began to disappear completely. The extremely rich darkness and the dazzling light began to recede at the same time. The entire perspective seemed to be completely closed. It seemed to be an extremely long time. It also seemed to be a moment. They clearly felt that they were moving away from the world and then moving closer to the world. Li Dongqing's voice sounded faintly in their ears. "Husband, my name is..." They were suddenly in a trance. The next second, in front of the hibernation chamber in the biological laboratory of Emperor Dong's palace, Qin Weibai suddenly opened her eyes. Soft light. The familiar hibernation chamber. In the hibernation chamber, Dongqing Rushi was sleeping. Qin Weibai breathed heavily, and her eyes were in a trance. Li Guangtu also opened his eyes. He said nothing and was in a daze. Qin Weibai's eyes were a little confused. Countless emotions surged in her eyes. She suddenly laughed. It was like a dream. Here was everything she was familiar with. There was no death in another time and space. And her son also started a new life in that time and space. Everything was still there. It was a good feeling. The movie was worth the trip. Qin Weibai's spiritual power began to surge. She let go of the knots that she deliberately did not think about, and her spirit was completely relaxed. It was not like her desperation when she was in Mormons. But the result was the same. Qin Weibai's spiritual power touched the threshold. The threshold was immediately broken. An endless spiritual storm broke out with Qin Weibai as the center. She returned to reality from a real journey. Qin Weibai's spiritual power officially entered the transcendent realm. The turbulent spiritual storm also woke up Li Guangtu. The two people who had experienced the whole movie but had completely different moods looked at each other. The next second, they seemed to think of something and rushed to the reception area of the laboratory at the same time. They hurried. Yu Donglai sat on the sofa in the reception area, drinking red wine and eating dried fruits. Seeing the two of them rushing over at the same time, he raised his head in surprise. "Did you see a ghost? Where is he?" Qin Weibai kept glancing in all directions of the laboratory and asked in a somewhat hurried tone, "Where is the person who was talking to you here just now?" Yu Donglai had a strange look on his face. "I'm the only one here. After you went there, who talked to me?" A 20,000-word chapter. I don't know if it's a record. I didn't update yesterday. This chapter counts as an update from yesterday and today. Chapter 1282. There was a strange silence in the air. It was like a very real and long dream. Both Qin Weibai and Li Guangtu were in a trance. In particular, Qin Weibai's spiritual fluctuations were extremely violent. Her somewhat absent-minded thoughts set off one spiritual storm after another in an instant. Li Guangtu, who was in a trance, and Yu Donglai, who had a surprised look on his face, were all shrouded in it. Yu Donglai just wanted to say something, but his whole person was already frozen in place. The laboratory in front of him had disappeared in an instant. What appeared in Yu Donglai's vision was the vast, distant, and despairing starry sky. Specks of light slowly moved at the edge of his vision. Yu Donglai struggled with all his strength, but he couldn't make any sound. His heart began to sink. Qin Weibai was in the transcendent realm. But Qin Weibai was not in the transcendent realm. In another time and space, after Dongqing Huangtu died, Gu Xianyan, whose heart was already dead, did enter this realm. At that time, her mental power even inadvertently affected her son, Li Dongqing, so that Li Dongqing kept a very complete and clear memory from an early age, and indirectly created an extremely crazy and extreme sword god. At that time, Gu Xianyan's spirit was already a little abnormal. After completing her revenge, Gu Xianyan became Qin Weibai. Her mental power, which was almost out of control, also returned to zero with the recovery of her sanity. It was not until Mormons that she completely let go of everything and returned to that realm. Now Qin Weibai, this was the first time that she entered the transcendent realm in the spiritual realm. She had no experience at all. The unintentional spiritual storm directly enveloped Yu Donglai and Li Guangtu. After a long time, Qin Weibai took a deep breath, and the surrounding spiritual storm gradually subsided. Yu Donglai and Li Guangtu's bodies shook at the same time. They kept taking deep breaths, and their faces were covered with cold sweat. Qin Weibai said slowly. Her voice was firm. "There was someone here just now." Yu Donglai wiped his sweat and smiled bitterly. The mental power of the transcendent realm could easily affect the peak of the invincible realm, and could even affect the real chosen one to a certain extent. This meant that from this moment on, although Qin Weibai didn't know martial arts, no one in the world, including Li Tianlan, could threaten her life. The spiritual power of the transcendent realm. Yu Donglai didn't expect that he would be lucky enough to experience it one day. The moment the boundless spiritual storm enveloped him, he was already in the cold and lonely starry sky. Only specks of light flickered in the extremely distant darkness, unable to approach. It was impossible to see clearly. Qin Weibai was silent for a moment and shook her head. Someone showed up here and talked to you about killing and destruction. Old man, have you forgotten all that? What are you talking about? Yu Donglai suddenly stopped halfway through his words. His brows furrowed tightly. What Qin Weibai did not notice was Li Guangtu on the side also frowned. At this moment, Yu Donglai and Li Guangtu were two different people with two different faces, but their expressions were exactly the same. What kind of people are they? Yu Donglai suddenly asked. I don't know. Qin Weibai shook her head. He was a person who would be remembered for a long time at first sight. He wore a black dragon robe and was covered in wounds. Yu Donglai's expression became more and more confused. He shook his head hard and muttered to himself, killing, destruction. Qin Weibai stared at him closely. She couldn't tell why she was looking for that person, but her intuition told her that the other party should be able to tell her a lot of things, and these things were extremely important to herself, to Tianlan, and even to Dongqing in another time and space. Qin Weibai's spiritual power had entered the transcendent realm. She was sure that all the things she had just experienced were real to some extent, not an illusion. In that movie, decades of time passed quickly, and most of the scenes were locked on Li Dongqing. The purpose of the other party was clearly visible. The main purpose of the other party's visit was not to invite her and Li Guangtu to watch this movie. The other party's main purpose seemed to be Li Dongqing. In that time and space, when her child saw her, she clearly heard the laughter of the man in the dragon robe. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. And she seemed to have made a prop for her son. What do you think of? Qin Weibai looked at Yu Donglai and asked. It seems someone talked to me about this topic. He said how to kill a city in the fastest way. I said poison. He said that poison can only be used to kill people, not to deal with inanimate objects. If the inanimate objects have life and the city has life, how can we completely destroy the structure of the inanimate objects? I can't remember. He said his surname is Lin. It's like a dream. I seem to have had a dream just now. No, I've been eating. Did I fall asleep? Qin Weibai was confused. His surname was Lin. This was the only useful clue, but it was also useless. Qin Weibai turned to the control area of the laboratory and turned on the monitor before the laboratory. It began to play from the moment Yu Donglai and Li Guangtu entered the laboratory. Qin Weibai saw that she and Li Guangtu came to the hibernation chamber of Dongqing Rushi. She also saw Yu Donglai drinking red wine and eating dried fruits to entertain himself. From beginning to end, there was nothing unusual. She and Li Guangtu did not leave the hibernation chamber at all in the monitor. They were not even in a daze or distracted during the whole process. Qin Weibai frowned tightly. All of this could even be regarded as a supernatural event. Qin Weibai watched it again unwillingly. Her spiritual power gradually spread out, and she stared at the monitor screen with great concentration. There was nothing unusual in the first minute. There was nothing unusual in the 10th minute. 15 minutes. 23 minutes. 24 minutes. 25 minutes. There was nothing unusual. 26 minutes. Qin Weibai's pupils suddenly contracted. She did not know if there was anything unusual in the 26th minute of the monitor. Because in the monitor record, the 26th minute did not exist at all. 25 minutes and 59 seconds of the monitor. 29 minutes and 37 seconds of the monitor. Where did the 4 minutes in the middle go? The surveillance footage played naturally, without any trace of editing. But the monitor from 25 minutes to 29 minutes disappeared inexplicably. Donglai had already forgotten what had happened in those few minutes, but she still remembered it clearly, right? Qin Weibai took a deep breath. A slight chill came out from the depths of her heart. It was like fear. It was very faint, but it was extremely real. She slowly stood up straight and reached out to turn off the monitor screen. The screen slowly darkened, getting darker and darker, and finally turned off completely. At the moment when the screen went black, Qin Weibai inadvertently glanced at the screen. The light in the control area was still on. The light illuminated the dark monitor screen. Everything was in an extremely quiet environment. The figure that Qin Weibai had been looking for before appeared on the dark monitor screen. No, it was reflected on the screen in front of her. Chapter 1283. The figure reflected on the screen was so clear that it seemed to be close at hand. It was as if someone was already standing behind her, very close. Qin Weibai suddenly turned around. She saw soft lights, chair back, water dispenser, sofa, no one was there. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes and looked back at the dark monitor screen again. The figure in the black dragon robe was still clear on the screen. Qin Weibai could even see the countless complex and changing patterns on his dragon robe. This was the image of someone standing behind her, and the figure was reflected on the screen. Qin Weibai turned around again. Still no one. She was silent for a long time before she said lightly, "Who the hell are you?" The figure on the screen did not respond and did not move. "Don't want to say? Or can't say?" Qin Weibai raised her eyebrows slightly. The figure was still quiet. Qin Weibai was silent for a few seconds and stood up. "Anyway, I don't like your tricks." After a pause, she continued, "But the movie was wonderful." She seemed to be completely calm. From Gu Xianyan in another time and space to the present Qin Weibai. When she was very young, she met herself. Completely transparent memories, completely synchronized thoughts, absolutely consistent feelings. They were obviously two individuals, but they were also one person. Qin Weibai's life was wonderful enough because she had experienced too many things. For her, there was almost nothing she couldn't accept. She might not understand those things, but they were not unreasonable. She had experienced time travel. What else could make her feel new? She now had that repeated dream almost every night. It seemed to be endless, constantly boring and repetitive starry sky. One galaxy after another, dark, lonely, but full of vitality. She controlled everything in her dream. She imagined thousands of trillions of interstellar fleets, imagined countless unimaginable races, and built a mechanical army that could cover the galaxy just to find her own goal. Compared with the dream she experienced every night, everything in front of her was nothing. In this movie, the way the other party existed seemed very strange and mysterious. And mysterious, to put it bluntly, she just didn't understand it. When she really figured out the key, she would find that it was nothing more than that. Since he couldn't understand it, he might as well not think about it. At the very least, she hadn't sensed any malice from him since the beginning. No malice, just kindness. If the other party's target was her and Tianlan, she would see them again sooner or later since they still had a long life ahead of them. Even if the other party had nothing to do with him and Tianlan, and only cared about Dongqing, he was just a tool this time. But the final result was worth his gratitude. So be it. Qin Weibai nodded at the shadow on the screen. "Goodbye." She turned around and walked back to the resting area. Donglai was still thinking hard. In his mind, the figure that Qin Weibai mentioned seemed to become clearer and clearer. But the content of their conversation became more and more vague. He held the glass in his hand and kept mumbling to himself. Li Guangtu was obviously a little autistic. He sat silently on the sofa, without sadness or joy, like a lifeless statue. Qin Weibai looked at him expressionlessly. Even after watching the movie and seeing the end of the Li family, her inner disgust for the Li family still did not disappear. "Aren't you going to scram?" Qin Weibai's voice was cold. "Are you going to stay for dinner?" Li Guangtu looked up at her. His eyes were bloodshot, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I need an explanation." There was no concept of another time and space in his mind, So everything he experienced was somewhat inexplicable, but extremely shocking. Li Hou was alive. His parents were Li Gong, Gu Xianyan's sword god. A movie that seemed to happen in reality, but it intersected with the present reality. The successful purgatory of heaven capital. It completely became a laughingstock, not even a laughingstock. No one mentioned the Li family anymore. Illusory? In the passage of time that seemed to have nothing to do with reality, the sword god in the movie really intersected with the present world. Li Guangtu could not persuade himself to ignore those things. The scar left by the sword energy on Mount Dibing was still there. It was an unsolved mystery of the whole dark world. Such a sword could not make Li Guangtu deceive himself. People. He could feel the real reality from this movie. Sword God still existed. A world that seemed to be able to occasionally interact with this time and space. Was this the truth? Li Guangtu stared at Qin Weibai, and his eyes were extremely nervous. Old man, see the guest out. Qin Weibai's voice was cold and indifferent. There was not the slightest hint of emotion on her perfect, expressionless face. Yu Donglai, who was still a little confused, seemed to have given up thinking. He shook his head helplessly, stood up and said, "Let's go." Li Guangtu did not move, but looked at Qin Weibai stubbornly. Qin Weibai was also looking at him. Her bright eyes flickered, reminding him of the cold stars flashing in the boundless barren distance when he was just shrouded by Qin Weibai's spiritual storm. He turned silently and slowly followed Yu Donglai out of the lab. Qin Weibai stood there and waited for about half an hour. The young man in a black dragon robe still did not appear. She did not return to the control area to watch the monitor, but opened the elevator again. The elevator went all the way up to the surface. As soon as Qin Weibai left and the elevator door closed, the door closed. In the control area of the laboratory, on the dark screen, the extremely clear shadow moved. He seemed to be walking on an endless road. The wide dragon robe on his body was fluttering. He was getting faster and faster, but he never reached the end. Just like that, he repeated the action of walking silently, as if he was going to repeat this action forever. After a long time, the figure on the screen took another step forward. His action was no different from before. But this step seemed to have reached the end. His figure walked directly out of the darkness of the monitor screen. On the black dragon robe, countless complicated patterns turned into strange patterns under the light. The young man with a chiseled face and a sharp aura all over his body looked around quietly. After a long while, he pinched his forehead and sighed as if he was a little embarrassed and did not know whether to laugh or cry. What bullsh***, I almost couldn't get out. If I can't think of anything, I'll just stop thinking. What kind of stupid train of thought is that? You should at least think about it again. I have something to do these 2 days, so I will write less. I will try to write more tomorrow. Chapter 1284. Li Huaqing has already left with Li Guangtu. Qin Weibai's elevator went from the lab to the ground, from the ground to the top floor of the castle, through the corridor, and back to the balcony. Li Tianlan was still sitting in his seat, staring at the main road of Emperor Dong's palace without saying a word. In his sight, the black Mercedes-Benz was driving slowly on the road. It was getting farther and farther away from the castle and closer to the gate of Emperor Dong's palace. The car was a gift from Li Tianlan. Because the Flourishing Age Fund secretly held a large number of shares of the Daimler Group, Mercedes-Benz was almost the standard vehicle of the Emperor Dong's palace. It was a piece of cake to give one to Li Huaqing. Qin Weibai hesitated and sat in Li Tianlan's arms. She picked up her hair and touched Li Tianlan's face. She asked with a smile, "Are they going back to Tiandu City?" The Purgatory of Heaven capital will leave Tianan within 24 hours. The Parliament still attaches great importance to the Purgatory of Heaven capital. The Army Ministry will directly send a transport plane to pick up all the people and materials. I just informed Han Xinyan to let Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud take some people to take over Tiandu City and stabilize the situation first. Then the City Hall will send the mayor of Tiandu City, the chief administrative officer, and the chief legal officer. When they figure out the situation, We will allocate funds and start the city transformation plan. He had a headache. We're still too short of people right now. After the election, many problems can be solved. Qin Weibai said softly. The current Emperor Dong's palace could be said to be the most powerful superpower in the dark world. Li Tianlan did not lack masters or money, but he lacked a lot of talents in various fields, especially in the field of administration. There was a serious shortage. For a city or a province, it was not enough to appoint a few high-level officials. In any structure that could establish a certain order, the middle level and grassroots were indispensable. Sometimes, they were even more important than the high-level officials. What Emperor Dong's palace lacked at the moment was this kind of talent. The only way for Emperor Dong's palace to deal with this situation was to poach people from all over the Zhongzhou state. But the effect of poaching people was not ideal. Many people who planned to come to Tianan could not meet the requirements of Emperor Dong's palace, and those who could meet the requirements might not be willing to come. In the past 2 years, the current administrative power of Xinyuan City had reached 3,000 people, involving various departments such as transportation, public security, construction, finance, commerce, etc. And this number was far from enough. Not to mention the fact that a considerable portion of the 3,000 people were not qualified. The whole of Shenyuan City now had the prototype of a prosperous city in terms of structure, but it was far from being up to standard in terms of software. This was also the reason why Emperor Dong's palace didn't unify Tianan even though it had enough strength. There was simply not enough manpower. Now, with the withdrawal of the Purgatory of Heaven capital from Tianan, the territory they left in Tianan was bound to be taken over by Emperor Dong's palace, even if they had to bite the bullet. At this point, Emperor Dong's palace could not give in at all. It could only keep moving forward. If it took a step back, it might lead to countless speculations from various forces. If it was used by people with ulterior motives, it might lead to countless consequences. There's still a year before the election, Li Tianlan shook her head. After the election, he would have an official identity. Whether he was a member of parliament, a special advisor of Zhongzhou state, or the deputy minister of the army headquarters, his identity could enable him to transfer many people from various agencies of Zhongzhou state to supplement the manpower needed in various aspects of Tianan to a certain extent. In addition, a few months later, Emperor Dong's palace would graduate from the 2 academies. It had already begun to prepare for the recruitment work before that. It was totally a cruel posture to catch all the talents of the 2 academies in one fell swoop. Various agencies in Zhongzhou state that were waiting for fresh blood had already been complaining, but Li Tianlan didn't care about it at all. With Li Tianlan's current power in the dark world, it was not difficult at all to recruit people from the 2 academies. But this group of people was mostly combatants, and there was still a shortage of administrative personnel. After the election, Emperor Dong's palace could indeed have a group of effective forces, but it also needed to gain a foothold in Tianan. Shenyuan City was far from enough. There was also Ningbian, which was occupied by the Freedom Corps in the rear. There was also a joint city of various forces, Heaven capital of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, and Flame City, which was occupied by the Burning Corps in the southernmost part of Tianan. 5 cities, the entire Tianan. This also meant the administrative strength of the 5 cities, as well as all kinds of talents in other aspects. At present, when Shenyuan City was not perfect enough, Li Tianlan's scalp tingled at the thought of other cities. And the best solution was undoubtedly for Emperor Dong's palace to unify Tianan as soon as possible and completely convince Annan in the south. Then, Emperor Dong's palace would announce that Tianan would return to Zhongzhou state and become Tianan province of Zhongzhou state. In this way, the forces in all aspects could be quickly replenished. But the premise of all this was to ensure the stability of Tianan. And what Li Tianlan lacked at present was the administrative strength to stabilize Tianan. If it really doesn't work, can I continue to borrow people from my parents? Qin Weibai blinked her eyes. It's hard for them too, Li Tianlan said helplessly, and they're not very useful. Nowadays, some people in Shenyuan City were drawn from the territory of the giant group. But under the situation that the giant group maintained its own stability, It was impossible to replenish the forces in all aspects of Tiannan all at once. Moreover, the conditions of Emperor Dong's palace for recruiting people were extremely harsh. They didn't want those who had just started working and had no experience. They also didn't want those who had been working for a few years, because they were also not very useful. What they wanted were those who were serious and responsible. That was the real talent. How many of such people could there be? If they really gave too many, the Dongqing clan wouldn't say anything, but the other wealthy families of the giant group would be the first to make trouble. There will always be a solution. Qin Weibai said with a smile, at least in Tiandu City, we can put up a framework and barely maintain it. In recent years, Li Kuangde has been very xenophobic, and there are very few aborigines there. If it doesn't work, we can transfer some elites of the Freedom Corps there. If there really is trouble, we don't have to worry that we can't suppress it. It's not long enough, but that's all we can do. Li Tianlan nodded. Qin Weibai put her arms around Li Tianlan's neck, and her eyes flickered. She looked thoughtfully at the Mercedes-Benz that was about to leave Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace now lacked a lot of talents, especially talents in the field of administrative justice. And it just so happened that Qin Weibai knew that there was a top talent in the Purgatory of Heaven capital who could even replace military counselor to some extent. The Li family, Li Huazhang. The superior of the invincible realm who was killed by Li Dongqing in Holy Emperor Palace in another time and space. And in Dongqing Huangtu's time, his existence could definitely be said to be Emperor Dong's right-hand man. At that time, Han Donglu was in charge of all the business affairs of Emperor Dong's palace, and Li Huazhang's role was more like the chief administrative officer of Emperor Dong's palace. Qin Weibai didn't like the only person in the Li family who could be regarded as Li Kuangtu's peer. But she didn't deny his loyalty. But his loyalty was not to Emperor Dong's palace or to the Purgatory of Heaven capital, but to the Li family. So, in another time and space, he could mix well in Emperor Dong's palace and the Purgatory of Heaven capital. At that time, whether it was Dongqing Huangtu or Emperor Hu, they might not like this little uncle, but they could completely trust his position. Time and space intertwined. Li Huazhang still existed. Emperor Dong's palace now completely suppressed the Purgatory of Heaven capital, so Qin Weibai was 100% sure that she could invite him to Emperor Dong's palace. And it was certain that as long as Emperor Dong's palace still maintained its suppression of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, there was no possibility of Li Huazhang's betrayal, and he would do his best to plan for the future of Emperor Dong's palace. If he was willing to come, Li Tianlan would have another military counselor. Let's not talk about the long future. At least for now, Li Huazhang could solve most of the problems in Heaven capital that Li Tianlan was worried about. FPZW. Chapter 1285. There is someone in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Tunlan, you still have to pay attention to him. Qin Weibai thought for a while and said softly. Who? Li Tianlan kept breathing. His mouth and nose were full of the scent that made him feel at ease and nostalgia. In this state, Li Tianlan felt like a salted fish. All he wanted to do was to sink into the land of warmth and tenderness. He had no ambition or motivation to work hard. Li Huazhang. Qin Weibai's eyebrows twitched slightly, but she still said the name in the end. She didn't like this person very much, but for the current Emperor Dong's palace, he was indeed a very useful person. During the Li family's heyday, he was a core member and played the role of a strategist for the Li family. There was no doubt about his ability. Moreover, in another time and space, his level in all aspects had been personally tested by Li Tianlan, but now Li Tianlan didn't know it. Li Huazhang was now a senior staff officer in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. He was the core, but his position in the core was relatively marginal. His personal relationship with Li Kuangtu was not good, so he got such a role that was valued but not put in an important position. If he joined Emperor Dong's palace, he could establish a certain order in a city by himself. If he had a good team, Li Huazhang could completely stabilize half of Tiannan. And birds of a feather flock together. The Li family's position on Li Huazhang was obvious. Now that he was in the Purgatory of Heaven capital, The people who could walk with him basically had the same position as him. And as the only person in the Li family who could be compared with Li Guangtu in terms of seniority, his potential influence was great. There was a very interesting phenomenon in the Li family as a whole. With the death of Li Honghe, Emperor Dong's palace and the purgatory of heaven capital coexisted in the dark world. The division and opposition of the Li family had become extremely obvious. In the eyes of the Li family, the old people around Li Tianlan were more loyal to Li Honghe than to Li Guangtu. For example, Yu Donglai, the poison doctor, was one of Li Honghe's sacred guards. Fire Man, known as the strongest expert in the fire-flaming realm. Li Tianning, who once controlled the largest special force in Zhongzhou State. Today, the Ministry of Security of Zhongzhou State was Evergreen Leaf. Tianning now controlled most of the intelligence agencies in Emperor Dong's palace. And Sidu Tenghe, the hidden god of Zhongzhou State, who was cultivated by Li Honghe. These were all people who carried out Li Honghe's will and stood firmly by Li Tianlan's side. Although there were not as many people in the purgatory of heaven capital, in terms of personal ability, they really made everyone speechless. The people standing next to Li Guangtu were those who were more loyal to Li Guangtu than to Li Honghe in the Li family. Daybreak, dawn, 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 phoenix, phoenix, and Buddha. Li Mountain and sect. In fact, their Li, and more, Li, that was the former power of the Li family. And the Li, Dong, Li, the Li family, Li family, Li. With the fall of the Li family, the Southeast group also suffered a great loss. A large number of core personnel were purged, and the Southeast group fell from the ranks of the only supergroup and became a first-tier group similar to the Prince group. Among these people, their fates were also different. Some left the scene dejectedly, some pretended to be courteous, some hid their tails between their legs and lived an ignoble existence, and some stubbornly fought to the end. Different people had different approaches. This group was so big that the Wang family of Beihai couldn't completely clean it up. They couldn't find many people, and even if they did, they could only turn a blind eye to it. Naturally, there were some people who were on Li Tianlan's side. There were two representative figures. The first one was Wu Jingmin. At that time, Li Honghe seized the opportunity to enter Jiangzhe directly, held Jiangzhe in his hands again, and completely handed the future of Jiangzhe to Li Tianlan. With Wu Jingmin as their leader, Jiangzhe propped up the embryonic form of the new group. Nowadays, there was basically no one in Jiangzhe who was loyal to Li Guangtu. As long as Wu Jingmin's position did not change, the position of the senior management of Jiangzhe would not change. Even if Li Guangtu wanted to intervene, there was no chance. Another representative figure was Li Tianlan's current neighbor, Ning Ziyuan, the commander of the Freedom Corps in Ningbian city of Tianan. He was also the person who was firmly on Li Tianlan's side. The number of people in the Freedom Corps had expanded to 50,000. These 50,000 people could be mobilized by Li Tianlan at will to stabilize the fighting force of Tianan. Now many people had discussed in private that if Tianan really fell into the hands of Emperor Dong's palace in the future, this place would become the foundation of Emperor Dong's palace. Excluding Li Tianlan, the Ning family might become the richest family in Tianan in the future. Because to some extent, Ning Ziyuan and Ning Qianqing controlled all the official affairs and monarchical affairs of Tianan. There were not many of them, but each of them could fight against 10 elders of the Li family. The entire Jiangzhe. The entire Freedom Corps. These were the three gifts that Li Honghe left for Li Tianlan, and Li Tianlan could completely control them. In addition, the other official forces of the Li family, those who were suppressed, purged, and still dormant, mostly followed Li Guangtu in the past, intending to replace the Wang family of Beihai. Now there was no need to say more about their positions. Judging from the current situation, the difference between Emperor Dong's palace and the purgatory of heaven capital was obvious. At this time, if Li Huazhang joined Emperor Dong's palace in a high profile, Emperor Dong's palace would have more than a few talents like Li Huazhang. He could even use his identity and seniority to persuade these forces that were still standing by Li Guangtu's side with the general trend of Emperor Dong's palace. It was hard to say how much he would gain, but he would definitely gain something. As long as Li Huazhang was given enough time, he could even build a channel of talent transfer for Emperor Dong's palace alone. The most important thing was Qin Weibai's current spiritual power had officially entered the transcendent realm. Standing at this height, she could not enslave other people's souls, but she could already change the cognition of many people quietly. Why was the Saint Emperor in the Holy Land so terrifying? Because as long as he saw his goal, he could change the target into what he wanted to see. Spirit, thinking, cognition, and faith. Under the shroud of the mental storm, as long as he was willing, he could completely change a person into someone else without him even realizing it. And such a modification was often more terrifying than the pure lethality of martial arts. And what the Saint Emperor could do. Now Qin Weibai also had the qualification to try. She did not intend to change Li Huazhang into another person. But through spiritual suggestion, she could change his loyalty from the Li family to Li Tianlan and constantly strengthen this kind of thinking. At this point, Qin Weibai could already do it. Li Huazhang. Li Tianlan muttered this name to himself, his eyes very calm. He had always known this name, but this morning when his real body arrived at the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, he really met this little uncle, and his attitude made Li Tianlan quite surprised. Obviously, in the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, the little uncle did not support Li Kuangtu, but stood firmly on his side. If he is willing to come to Emperor Dong's palace, we can let him be the mayor of Heaven capital. Qin Weibai did not say other benefits. Li Tianlan would find out eventually, so it did not make much sense to say it. Letting Li Huazhang be the mayor of Heaven capital seemed to be the most practical at present. Tianlan, you can go to the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital again and bring Li Huazhang here before they leave. This person is not loyal to Li Kuangtu. It can be seen that he is a little embarrassed in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. It is said that he is not on good terms with Li Kuangtu. If you go in person, he will have a great chance to go with you. Because you are the patriarch of the Li family, and Li Huazhang does not value the rise and fall of the Purgatory of Heaven capital and Emperor Dong's palace. What he values most is the future of the Li family. Even in his heart, as long as the Li family is still there, it doesn't matter what happens to the Purgatory of Heaven capital and Emperor Dong's palace. I know him. Li Tianlan said faintly, I don't need to go there. This person, he will come in a few days. After a pause, he continued, it is estimated that some people from the Purgatory of Heaven capital will come in these days. Let's make a unified arrangement then. When he left the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, he gave the Purgatory of Heaven capital 3 days. Just like giving Li Kuangtu a chance. Someone in the Purgatory of Heaven capital said something about his background. And he officially announced who the next heir of the Li family would be. This was the most powerful response and the best Li Tianlan could do. Let his and Dongqing Rushi's future child inherit the Li family, and the child's surname would still be Li. Li Tianlan could not do anything else. It was impossible to really welcome Li Kuangtu and the others into Emperor Dong's palace and let Li Kuangtu control everything in Emperor Dong's palace. There were many people in the Purgatory of Heaven capital who had many thoughts. Some were on his side, some supported Li Kuangtu, and some were wavering. Li Tianlan did not know who would come to Emperor Dong's palace to report in 3 days. He had given all the conditions that should be given. To be honest, even if those people did not accept it, Li Tianlan could understand. But understanding was understanding. Those who did not come in 3 days were enemies. Li Tianlan never had the habit of showing mercy to his enemies. I've given them 3 days. Li Tianlan whispered, I told them that when Rushi wakes up, our child will be surnamed Li, and this child will inherit the Li family. He put his arms around Qin Weibai's slender waist and whispered, Do you feel wronged? No, I don't. Qin Weibai shook her head and wiggled her calves on Li Tianlan's body. Fighting for the family property is too cliché. And it's just a Li family. Not to mention the future, even now what you have is more than just a Li family. If you and Rushi have a child, he will inherit the Li family in the future. If we have a child in the future, he will naturally inherit what he should inherit. And we don't even have a child. It's not certain if we will separate from the family. You think too much. Li Tianlan smiled and reached out to pinch Qin Weibai's plump buttocks. When are you going to leave? Qin Weibai said that when Li Huaqing's affairs were solved, she should return to the Lin clan. I should have left today. Qin Weibai glared at him, a little charming. She reached out and slapped away Li Tianlan's dishonest paws. Wait a little longer. 3 days later, I am also very curious about whether people from the purgatory of heaven capital will come and how many people will come. After satisfying my curiosity, I will leave. Why, do you think I am annoying? I haven't finished tearing the stockings. How can you be annoying? Li Tianlan shook his head solemnly. Qin Weibai glared at him with a red face. Li Tianlan stretched and said with a smile, white and black tonight. Qin Weibai snorted softly and stood up. She leaned over the railing of the balcony and looked at the scenery in the distance. Li Tianlan sat casually, admiring her back. She was so close to him, so exquisite. Is there anything else we need to do before the election? Qin Weibai asked. Whatever. Li Tianlan shook his head. Let them do whatever they want. It has nothing to do with us. Including Huading, Qin Weibai laughed. The situation in Zhongzhou State was almost white-hot. The crisis in Liaodong had not been settled yet. Wang Xiaoyao returned to Zhongzhou State this time and set off an extremely violent storm in Huading. The Southeast Group and the Prince Group were all involved. Wu Yue and Huading became the new focus of Zhongzhou State. In the next less than a year, Zhongzhou State would only become more and more lively. If the new group wanted to get involved, it might be profitable if it operated well. Including Huading. Li Tianlan nodded. In fact, at this time, we have already done a lot of things without doing anything. Qin Weibai tilted her head and thought for a moment. She said softly, it makes sense. When she tilted her head, a strand of black hair fell from her ear and was blown up by the slightly cold wind in Emperor Dong's palace. It seemed to glow with a faint golden light in the sun. Li Tianlan looked at her quietly. She looked at his Emperor Dong's palace. He was looking at her. This was the most beautiful scenery he had ever seen in his life. Can you suppress the matter of the Lin clan? Li Tianlan asked softly. Qin Weibai turned around and looked at him with some doubts. I'm used to having you around. Li Tianlan stood up and walked behind her. He held her body in his arms and lowered his head to gently bite her neck. I'm a little reluctant to leave you. Qin Weibai seemed to be a little ticklish. She twisted her body and giggled. What can I do if I stay? Stay at home with you every day and be bullied by you? We can go out for a walk. Li Tianlan said softly, in a few days, I plan to go to East Island and America. There are also a lot of people in Zhongzhou State that I want to meet. I have to go to many places. Without you, I always feel that something is missing. Let's go and have a look together. It can also be regarded as a vacation. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. We can stay for a while wherever we like. Is this the mentality of a man showing off his achievements to his spouse? Qin Weibai rubbed Li Tianlan's face with her head. I guess so, Li Tianlan said with some uncertainty. Or is it the mentality of a man who wants to show off his wife's beauty and let everyone see it and enjoy being envied? Qin Weibai continued to laugh. I guess so, Li Tianlan laughed. I'm going to take you with me. Wherever I can influence, I should remember the appearance of the hostess of Emperor Dong's palace. He kissed Qin Weibai's face. Do you want me to go to Europe with you first? Since there may be a problem with the European branch of the Lin clan, it's good to go with you. After the problem is solved, you don't have to leave. Zhongzhou State really doesn't care anymore, Qin Weibai said softly. I'll just watch the fun. Li Tianlan said blandly, it's already the limit for the new group to have the current scale. It's not a good thing to be too greedy. They can do whatever they want. As long as I don't take action, they won't provoke me. After the election, the new situation is our stage. The Academy, the North, the Crown Prince, the Southeast, the Special Warfare Group, the wealthy families, and the new group. The pattern of the 7 groups had been determined. The new group had gained a lot. Even if Li Tianlan continued to go out and stir up trouble, the gains would be limited and meaningless. The goal of the giant group was very clear. It was to ensure that Dongqing Wudi would be re-elected and complete the internal reshuffle at the same time, and to help Li Tianlan stabilize and digest the interests of the new group to the greatest extent. Liaodong had been lively. Next, the case in Liaodong would cool down. Both the new group and the giant group could stay out of it and readjust their internal structure. And the special warfare group would face an extremely severe test next. Because Li Tianlan's position had been determined. The special advisor of Zhongzhou State and the war god of Zhongzhou State. The supreme leader of the special warfare system was not a member of the special warfare group. It was estimated that now, whether it was Gu Xingyun, Jiang Shangyu, or Li Kuangtu, they were all in a dilemma. After the election, they would work under the pressure of Dong Huang. How to integrate their own forces was the top priority at the moment. Now they would be thankful if they could not be affected by the chaos, let alone participate in the next battle. Therefore, with the dominance of Huding and Wuyue as the center, the entire Zhongzhou state would become the battlefield between the Prince Group and the Southeast Group. The academics would mediate between the two sides and the North Group would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, looking for opportunities. In less than a year, tit for tat and intrigue against each other would be very lively. Li Tianlan would just wait and see. There was really no need to intervene. Contact the route in Nanyun. We can go to Europe now. Li Tianlan said. Forget it. Qin Weibai thought for a moment. Later, I'll have a video conference with them. Let's delay it for a while. I'm not leaving. Li Tianlan said with a smile. It's up to you. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes and whispered. Good girl. Li Tianlan clenched his hands. Qin Weibai closed her eyes and leaned in Li Tianlan's arms. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. I feel that you're starting to like me again. When did I not like you? Li Tianlan was stunned. There's something wrong with you these days. Sometimes you hide from me and rarely touch me when you sleep. You used to like to hold me when you sleep. Even if you fall asleep, you don't let me go. But these days, you've been sleeping with your back to me. Qin Weibai pouted and was a little angry. I thought you were tired of me. I've never been tired of you. Li Tianlan responded seriously and then frowned. A few days ago, I was a little strange. I've been imagining things. I always have a feeling that you're not you. And then, Qin Weibai tried to calm herself down and asked with a smile. I'm just imagining things. You're still you. There's no then. Li Tianlan laughed. You're always unique. Qin Weibai turned around from Li Tianlan's arms and put her arms around his neck. She said with a faint smile, You've learned how to say sweet words. You've made progress. She leaned close to Li Tianlan's ear and whispered, I'll reward you tonight. Then I'll choose black silk stockings tonight. Li Tianlan said with a smile. She rolled her eyes at Li Tianlan, nodded and said yes. And that pair of silver high-heeled shoes, the brightest pair. That red silk scarf is also good. Damn Hermes, I want that too. And that earring that you said is an antique, I want that too. Why don't you say anything? Li Tianlan glanced at Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai, who had already imagined that image of herself, blushed and said shamefully, As you wish. Li Tianlan nodded, very satisfied. What about clothes? Kind. Qin Weibai asked. Li Tianlan looked confused and said innocently, What clothes? Qin Weibai clenched her fist and hammered Li Tianlan, saying with hatred, Rogue. In the spacious and comfortable back row, Li Kuangta looked back for the third time, and the Emperor Dong's palace in his sight had become a little blurred. Li Huaqing, who had been paying attention to Li Kuangtu, suddenly smiled and joked, Why do you live here? Do you have feelings for living here? Do you suddenly feel reluctant to leave? Li Kuangtu, who looked calm, shook his head and frowned thoughtfully. What are you thinking about? The back row baffle was put down, and Li Huaqing's tone also seemed a little careless. If you plan to take revenge on the Emperor Dong's palace now, I advise you to give up this idea. At least, you have to wait until your injury is better. If you take action now, it's no different from hitting a stone with an egg, and it's meaningless. Hitting a stone with an egg. Hitting a stone with an egg. Li Guangtu muttered to himself, and his eyes became more and more confused. Li Huaqing frowned and also fell silent. He quietly looked at the super expert who was about to become the commander of the Purgatory Legion of Zhongzhou State, his eyes calm and deep. Li Guangtu suddenly came to his senses and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I'm a little tired, and my spirit is not very good." "I can take what you said as true," Li Huaqing said slowly, "but are you sure this is what you want to say? If you have any future troubles for the Emperor Dong's palace now, it's still not too late." "No," Li Guangtu shook his head. "It's not a future trouble, but I feel that there seems to be something that I didn't bring back from there." "What is it?" Li Huaqing narrowed his eyes. Both of them were lost in thought at the same time, and they were thinking about the same problem. As a captive, Li Guangtu must have had nothing when he was in the Emperor Dong's palace. What could he have not brought back? It couldn't be that he was reluctant to give up the cigarettes and wine that the Emperor Dong's palace provided him when he was a captive. "I forgot." Li Guangtu took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "I seem to have forgotten a very important thing. The black car was driving on the street of Xianyuan City, and it was smooth. You can think about it slowly." Li Huaqing patted him on the shoulder. "Is it a person, something, or something specific?" "It's..." Li Guangtu's eyes were confused and he murmured, "It's a dream." Chapter 1286. After lunch, Li Tianlan didn't continue to be with Qin Weibai. The young Dong Huang, who had reached the top of the divine list, was rarely diligent. He planned to look through the materials that he hadn't read since military counselors sent them over. The materials were passed from different people one by one, gathered and sorted out by military counselor, and then placed on Li Tianlan's seemingly ordinary desk, which actually had an extraordinary origin. Li Tianlan's desk had many functions. For example, eating, watching movies, playing games. Sometimes, when Li Tianlan was in a good mood, it would even become a battlefield for him to conquer Qin Weibai. But the desk was never used for work. All kinds of materials would be thrown into an alloy safe when they arrived here and never see the light of day. When he wanted to take them out, he found that he even forgot the password of the safe. Qin Weibai told him the password. Then she watched Li Tianlan take out stack after stack of materials and read them carefully. All kinds of materials covered a wide range of fields. Countless industries under the Flourishing Age Fund were exposed and still hidden under this iceberg. Some were the resumes of some important figures of the new group, their ideas of Zhengzhi, some advantages and disadvantages, and future development directions after the analysis of the think tank of Emperor Dong's palace, and the various nodes of the constantly expanding intelligence organization of Emperor Dong's palace. The new group would officially appear in the vision of everyone in Zhongzhou State after the election. Jiangzhe, Dongshan, Nanyue, and Xia would all become the traditional sphere of influence of the new group. In the cabinet, Wu Jingmin and Bai Qingqian were also enough to raise a flag. In addition, there was the Ministry of Security that Qingye now controlled. What kind of investment plan should the Flourishing Age Fund have in these provinces? How large the investment? Which groups or wealthy families should cooperate with? Who should be supported, this group or even other groups? And how to maximize the various resources in the new group to carry out the most reasonable expansion. In addition, there was the think tank's external expansion strategy after referring to the opinions of Zhongzhou State. The detailed situation of each city in Tianan, a lot of materials in different aspects, explained one thing. That was, Emperor Dong's palace should completely integrate into the dark world as soon as possible. And the new group should completely integrate into Zhongzhou State as soon as possible. In the world of Zhengzhi, there was no clear friend or foe, let alone good or bad. Therefore, in most cases, there should not be clear likes and dislikes. Balance and stability were always the most important. The new group was like the sun in the sky, but such momentum could not be maintained forever. No group would welcome a team that was independent of them, because it meant that there was no balance, and if there was no balance, it meant instability. Therefore, the new group had to approach other groups from different fields and in line with their own interests. They cooperated in various aspects and fields, and supported some people with different standpoints but similar ideologies to rise to power. Most of the time, these things could become the foundation of one's standing, and they could also be used as weapons to attack the enemy. It was the same for all the major groups. Even when the Southeast Group and the Prince Group were almost at each other's throats, the cooperation between the two groups in some aspects had never stopped. Only by thoroughly integrating into each other could the new group truly stabilize its foundation. The relationship between Emperor Dong's palace and the Dark World was, to some extent, the relationship between the new group and Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan looked at it seriously. There were more and more documents on the table. The A4 papers were densely packed with words, all kinds of complicated and boring data, and there were no F***king illustrations. Li Tianlan naturally had a bad headache, but he didn't say much and just gnawed at the documents little by little. There was no doubt about the tenacity of a person who could insist on swinging his sword and sheathing it tens of thousands of times a day, regardless of rain or shine. He didn't read it before because he was lazy, but now that he had made up his mind to do something, Li Tianlan couldn't persuade himself to give up. Instead, he was more serious than anyone else. In his words, he was looking at his assets, and the happiness was second only to the time when he was lying on Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai stayed by Li Tianlan's side obediently, smiling. Occasionally, she lit a cigarette for Li Tianlan, helped him look through the documents, or stood behind him and massaged his shoulders and neck. She made a plate of small desserts and squeezed juice for Li Tianlan. It seemed that she was busier than Li Tianlan. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that Li Tianlan was completely immersed in a lot of documents, Qin Weibai quietly left Li Tianlan's office. She went out of the corridor and got off the elevator. She left the castle. She walked quietly in her own home, like a scenery. A large number of staff and guards came and went in Emperor Dong's palace. Everyone would subconsciously slow down when they saw her. She and Li Tianlan were not married yet, but everyone called her Madam. She could see the awe and admiration in the eyes of those guards, and also the envy and a trace of jealousy in the eyes of those women who worked in Emperor Dong's palace. They wanted to be jealous but couldn't. Samsara Palace had become Emperor Dong's palace, just as Qin Weibai had said at the beginning. She had changed from the palace master's sister to the palace master's woman. Conspiracies, schemes, strategizing, these were things she was good at. But they were not what she liked. She liked this kind of life now. She liked today's morning and afternoon. She liked Li Tianlan holding her in his arms and watching the scenery. She liked accompanying him to do some small things when he was working. This feeling was peaceful and satisfying. It seemed that she would never get tired of it. She stood on the huge fountain square in front of the castle, watching the water column rise into the sky and the torrent. The wind that blew past her ears was mixed with the subtle sword qi, with the smell of flowers and grass. She walked and stopped until a very beautiful building appeared in front of her. The main body of the European-style single-family villa was white. It was located in the garden area of Emperor Dong's palace, surrounded by flowers of various colors. There was a small forest on the periphery. In front of the villa, there was a small arch bridge at the bottom of the lake. The water under the bridge was clear, and the fish were flowing toward the artificial lake of Emperor Dong's palace. This was almost in the center of Emperor Dong's palace, but it seemed to be completely isolated from the whole Emperor Dong's palace. The inside and outside of the forest were completely different. It was quiet, leisurely, and peaceful. Qin Weibai was a little confused. She didn't know why she came to this place inexplicably. She naturally knew about this place, but she had never been here before. In the whole Emperor Dong's palace, this was the only place that dared to hang Li Tianlan's name outside. Tianlan Clinic. At first, Xinyuan Wushang planned to name it Tianlan Clinic or Little Tianlan Clinic. Qin Weibai, who knew that Li Tianlan was not little at all, felt that Xinyuan Wushang was implying something about her, so she forcibly removed the word little from the name. A clinic that dared to openly mock Emperor Dong naturally attracted a lot of attention. So it was usually very lively. Of course, the so-called lively was only relative. Most of the people who could enter Emperor Dong's palace had entered the 4 realms of martial arts and were healthy. Even some of the middle and senior executives of the Flourishing Age Fund were successful people who paid attention to their health. It was completely rare for them to get sick. So it could only be said that the private hospital inside Emperor Dong's palace was more deserted, and there were basically no people in the clinic. After the establishment of the clinic, in Qin Weibai's memory, it seemed that she had never seen this fat man again. Oh no, she saw him once. It was when he reached out to Li Tianlan for money. The money was not much, less than 10 million yuan. Then this damn fatty bought almost a warehouse full of coke, which almost filled up most of the wards in his clinic. The rest of the money was random drugs that he probably didn't even know what they were used for. Then he used the remaining millions of yuan to play the game. His whole body was covered in godly equipment. He led a befuddled life. He really led a befuddled life. After that, Qin Weibai didn't even hear that Xianyuan Wushang went out. Qin Weibai hesitated for a moment and stepped forward. She walked across the bridge and passed by the garden. After all, it was a clinic. The door was closed, so Qin Weibai went straight in. The inside of the clinic was surprisingly clean and tidy, unlike the usual den of a fat otaku. Xianyuan Wushang was sitting in front of the computer with his back to Qin Weibai, cursing, "That's the assassin. He's killed me twice. Focus fire and kill him in one wave. Knight, be invincible. Aha, watch me fight 7 to 7. Where's the priest? Add. Open the boss, open the boss. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? Open it. He stared at the screen, casually picked up a large bottle of coke from beside him, and raised his head. Qin Weibai saw with her own eyes that the large bottle of coke was reduced by more than half in an instant. He fumbled on the table with his other hand for a long time, but to no avail. He roared, "Shington, get 2 cartons of cigarettes. Quick, fire support." Qin Weibai watched silently for a while and suddenly understood why she came here. Some questions that had been completely suppressed in her mind resurfaced when her heart was the most relaxed. She subconsciously came here, thinking that Xianyuan Wushang could give her an answer. Qin Weibai coughed softly. Xianyuan Wushang, who was busy commanding the instance dungeon again, didn't notice it for a moment. Qin Weibai said helplessly, "When the patient dies behind you, won't you notice that the body is cold?" Xianyuan Wushang's chubby body suddenly shook, and he turned around in astonishment. Then he stood up instinctively. A sister-in-law is here. Sit. He casually turned off the computer, picked up a new bottle of coke with a hollow smile, and poured a cup for Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai was silent for 2 seconds. "Don't you even have water here?" Xianyuan Wushang said righteously, "I don't like to drink it." This was a clinic that provided coke to patients for free. No matter what was wrong with you, have a large cup of coke to calm down first? Qin Weibai didn't touch the coke in front of her. This kind of carbonated drink had a great impact on the body and skin, and it was completely her natural enemy. She had never touched it in her previous life or this life. "I heard from Tianlan that Xing Tian recently asked for a leave and specially asked for a quiet room. Is he playing games with you?" Qin Weibai asked. She hadn't seen Xianyuan Wushang during this time, but she had seen Xing Tian several times. Xing Tian was one of the guards of Emperor Dong's palace now. His figure was too conspicuous, and sometimes he could be recognized at a glance even if he was far away. He's not playing games. He's busy recently. Xianyuan Wushang said with a smile, "But he can hear me calling him here. He should be going to get me a cigarette now." Xianyuan Wushang lived a leisurely life. But Xing Tian had been carrying out the task given to him by Xianyuan Wushang. He was looking for Wang Yuetong. With limited clues and the possibility of being deceived, the first thing Xing Tian wanted to find was the eldest princess in the time corridor. As long as the eldest princess felt the trace of Xing Tian searching for her, her will would come to Tiannan immediately. At that time, he could directly ask the eldest princess where Wang Yuetong was. However, this was obviously a rather difficult task. Fortunately, the eldest princess was an ally. If she was a top figure in a hostile state, It would be completely impossible for Xing Tian to find her. It was even possible that he would be cheated of his life unknowingly. Qin Weibai took a deep look at him and didn't say much. Seeing that Qin Weibai had no intention of drinking water, Xianyuan Wushang took the coke in front of her and took a sip. He asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, are you not feeling well?" As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the computer that had just been turned off. It seemed that he was still thinking about the instance dungeon that he had just started. Qin Weibai pretended not to see Xianyuan Wushang's absent-mindedness and said blandly, "I just saw a man in the biological laboratory." Xianyuan Wushang looked confused. "I forgot what he looked like." Qin Weibai frowned. But he seemed to be seriously injured. It was the kind of injury that seemed to be getting injured every minute and second. "I saw with my own eyes that his wounds were torn and healed." Her thoughts began to become clear, and she was completely sure that Xianyuan Wushang must have some clues. She thought of the movie she had seen. The space-time she saw. Why did she come to find Xianyuan Wushang? It was not because of the various strange states that Xianyuan Wushang showed when he saved Li Tianlan. The main reason was that she saw Xianyuan Wushang suddenly appear on the surface of Beihai in the fast-forward scene of another space-time. He stood with Li Dongqing and seemed to say something. Xianyuan Wushang at that time was exactly the same as he was now. What did this mean? Looking at the movie from the perspective of this space-time, it was difficult to tell whether what happened in the movie was in the past or in the past. But the key age should not be wrong. When Qin Weibai saw Xianyuan Wushang in the movie, Li Dongqing was already 40 years old. But Xianyuan Wushang was still a young man. If that Xianyuan Wushang belonged to that space-time, he should be at least 70 years old based on his current age. But the Xianyuan Wushang she saw was still the same as now. He suddenly appeared and disappeared. Did this prove that the Xianyuan Wushang in the movie she had seen was the fat man in front of her? Could he go directly from this space-time to that space-time? It sounded incredible. But this seemed to be the only explanation. If Xianyuan Wushang could do it, then what was his relationship with the man who had invited her and Li Guangtu to watch a movie? That was why she came to this clinic. Here, she might be able to find some crucial clues or even directly find the answer. Xianyuan Wushang's pupils suddenly contracted. All his absent-mindedness seemed to vanish in that instant. "You're injured every second?" Xianyuan Wushang looked at Qin Weibai seriously. "It's not just injuries." Qin Weibai shook her head. "And it's still healing. I saw it with my own eyes." His skin seemed to be torn by something, but before I could see it clearly, the wound on his body had already healed. Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a long time before he lowered his voice and slowly said, "Where was he injured?" "My entire body." Qin Weibai frowned and said, "That should be the case. What I saw was that there was a mist of blood all over his body, but all the wounds were healing. Then they were torn again and healed again." Xianyuan Wushang said nothing. He took his place. His face was calm. "Biological laboratory," he whispered to himself and suddenly asked, "Where is he?" "I don't know." Qin Weibai calmly said, "He invited me and Li Guangtu to watch a movie, and then disappeared." "A movie?" Xianyuan Wushang was a little hesitant. Qin Weibai's voice became calmer and calmer. "It's a movie about my son and Tianlan's." In this space-time, Qin Weibai was not pregnant. But she talked about her son. Xianyuan Wushang's heart suddenly shook, and there seemed to be a flash of light in his mind. Vaguely, he seemed to see the context of something. He hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Sister-in-law, did you see Dongqing?" Qin Weibai's eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Xianyuan Wushang and said, "In the movie, the person who appeared on the surface of Beihai was indeed you." On the surface of Beihai, Xianyuan Wushang thought for a moment. It should be the time when he accidentally borrowed the space-time of the master of Samsara Palace to go to the War God realm and met Xianyuan Luanhui. Xianyuan Wushang nodded and said, "It was me, but I stayed there for a short time. Dongqing's condition seems to be very bad." "Can you still be in the past?" Qin Weibai was a little excited. If Xianyuan Wushang could go there, Qin Weibai would very much like to be with Li Tianlan. What would it be like to have a father-son exchange between the two generations of heavenly sons? Sister-in-law, you think too highly of me. Shen Yuan Wushang smiled bitterly. That time was completely an accident. I could go there because the other you inadvertently helped me. Otherwise, I could only use the stupid method, and this stupid method can only be used by me. Neither you nor my brother can use it. The so-called stupid method. It was to leave Miracle City with his consciousness, reach the edge of the crisscrossing space-time through the node of the quantum network, and enter the area of the War God realm and the Emperor Palace from there. Such a method, such a long distance, Qin Weibai and Li Tianlan did not even think about it. That person should be able to do it, right? Qin Weibai's eyes were in a trance. Shen Yuan Wushang curled his lips. Of course he can do it, but he can't do it. However, it's impossible for me to do so. I'm afraid I have no choice but to invite you over. What do you mean? Qin Weibai's eyes slightly narrowed. Shen Yuan Wushang did not explain. In fact, he had already explained. Li Dongqing was in a bad state. In fact, neither the human emperor of the Emperor Palace nor the war god of the War God realm valued the current Wang family of Beihai too much. He met Li Dongqing that time, just when Li Dongqing destroyed Beihai, and he also met Shen Yuan Luanhui, the first disciple of the war god, who was now known as the first celestial expert in the starry sky. Shen Yuan Luanhui did not stop Li Dongqing for the Wang family of Beihai. It was for Li Dongqing himself. Hatred had become Li Dongqing's obsession, and it could even be said that it was all his motivation to live. If the Wang family of Beihai completely disappeared in that space-time, then there would really be nothing left in the life of the sword god. Self-destruction was the only way for him. Shen Yuan Wushang did not know what the end of the Wang family of Beihai in that space-time was. But the war god realm sent someone to invite Qin Weibai over. Obviously, Li Dongqing should have lost his obsession and was in a bad state. They wanted to give Li Dongqing a new way and rekindle his life. If Qin Weibai had completed the task, then before the Li family returned to the peak, they would not have many opportunities to meet. How much did the war god and the human emperor value the sword god? The first disciple of the war god personally appeared to escort him. In the Supreme Hall, the war god personally met the great Emperor Shen Yuan and even wanted to betroth the palace master to Li Dongqing. The sixth princess of the war god realm could be said to be as famous as Lin Shi. In some aspects, she was even more superior than Lin Shi. She married Li Dongqing. At this stage, it was a real marriage. Even if Li Dongqing really reached the peak, the sixth princess could not be regarded as a social climber. The War God realm did all this just to keep the Sword God in the War God realm. They wanted to rob the Sword God from the space-time corridor. How could they let Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai go to see him again? At least they had to wait until the Sword God and the sixth princess made love, or even bore fruit. At this stage, for the space-time corridor, leaving the Sword God in the War God realm was also the best choice, because most of the resources of the space-time corridor would be tilted to Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai. Staying there, the Sword God could grow better. If there is a chance, we will meet again. Shen Yuan Wushang looked at Qin Weibai and comforted her. Qin Weibai was silent for a while and said lightly, "I just want to know who invited me to the movie." I didn't see him." Shen Yuan Wushang smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know if I didn't see him?" He picked up the Coke and took a sip. That person was wearing a black dragon robe. Puff! Cough, 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 cough. Shen Yuan Wushang spat out the Coke and coughed violently. "Are you sure?" He looked at Qin Weibai and asked. "It should be the dragon robe. That dress is more fancy than Wu Qing's. The pattern keeps changing." Qin Weibai pondered. "World Punisher?" "No, all worlds," Shen Yuan Wushang said softly. "What?" Qin Weibai asked. "Nothing." Shen Yuan Wushang responded subconsciously. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Who was it? Tell me." Shen Yuan Wushang moved his lips and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought the person who invited Qin Weibai to the movie was just a core member of the Imperial Palace or the War God realm. He didn't expect it to be that black dragon robe. It was so easy to recognize. There were only two people who could wear dragon robes in that space and time. Obviously, the human emperor in white was not one of them. Then the remaining one, he did know who it was, but he didn't dare to say it. It wasn't because of any malice in the world. He just didn't dare to say it. I really don't know, Xianyuan Wushang said helplessly, but you can rest assured that the other party has no malice. I can guarantee that. It was not malice. The kindness within was practically overflowing from it. I really have no malice. A voice suddenly rang out. A beam of light suddenly lit up in front of Xianyuan Wushang and Qin Weibai. The light was not dazzling, but the moment it appeared, the surrounding space suddenly blurred. In their sight, the figure of the young man with blood mist floating all over his body appeared in front of the two again. The black dragon robe was full of sharp light. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes. But Xianyuan Wushang stood up almost instinctively. He moved the corner of his mouth and finally lowered his head, saying in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty." It was really him. To think that he would actually come. Xianyuan Wushang's eyes were a little dazed. The three supreme masters of the human clan. The one in front of him ranked last, but he was the craziest one. He was also the one that people most feared and yearned for. The unfathomable human emperor. The great Emperor Xianyuan overlooking the starry sky. And the one in front of him was synonymous with showing off his abilities. His fighting capacity was not the strongest among the three supreme masters. But since ancient times, in terms of martial arts alone, his existence was the peak that no one could surpass. He represented the strongest sword light of the human clan. In this respect, even great Emperor Xianyuan and human emperor were not as good as him. A madman who was determined to surpass Her Majesty Huang Shi in martial arts, and even had vaguely surpassed the original Huang Shi. The god of war's realm. The god of war. The blood mist floated in the air. The young man in the black dragon robe glanced at Xianyuan Wushang and then nodded slightly to Qin Weibai. "Your Highness, please introduce yourself." His voice was calm and gentle. "My name is Lin Xianyuan." Wow, so far, the number of words I have written this month has exceeded last month. Chapter 1287. My name is Lin Xianyuan. The voice of the god of war was concise and peaceful. But this self-introduction was countless times more effective than any extravagant flattery. Strong wind, heavy rain, thunder, and tsunami. Qin Weibai's entire worldview seemed to be shattered in front of these three words. Who was Lin Xianyuan? Zhongzhou State had a population of more than 1 billion. Billions of people in the world. But anyone who went to school and studied history would not be unfamiliar with this name. He was recorded in the history of Zhongzhou State and the history of all countries in the world. Mentioning this name was like mentioning Genghis Khan, Alexander, and Caesar. Speaking of Napoleon, countless years had passed. As long as civilization existed, these names would always shine in their own times. Lin Xianyuan. Lin Xianyuan, the first generation of the god of war in Zhongzhou State. The founder of Zhuanyuantai in Zhongzhou State. The ancestor of the Lin clan. The only god of war in the history of the Wang family of Beihai. He and the ancestor of the Wang family of Beihai rose decades apart. After the ancestor of Beihai died, he spread his wings and covered the entire Zhongzhou State and Beihai. He did not retreat, but moved forward. In his era, Zhongzhou State completely had the strength and confidence of the world's first power. It was a time when the whole world was silent and only Zhongzhou State was shining. Different from the ancestor of Beihai who founded the Wang family of Beihai and left the southeast group. The first god of war, who guarded Zhongzhou State but never took root in Zhongzhou State, was evaluated even more than the ancestor of Beihai in history. He lived for less than 100 years, but what he did was the real demeanor of the god of war. Qin Weibai couldn't imagine how peerless the god of war had been at his peak. She could only admire his sharpness through the few words in history. But time flew. Hundreds of years had passed. Zhongzhou State had passed 10 generations of gods of war, including Gu Xingyun. When the new god was about to take the throne, someone came to her and told her his name was Lin Xianyuan. It was a feeling of a person in a history book walking into reality. Qin Weibai, who thought she would not be surprised by anything, had a confused look in her eyes. Astonishment, confusion, doubt, and all kinds of emotions intertwined in her eyes, turning into a strong sense of absurdity and ridicule. In the voice that almost shattered the world, Qin Weibai heard her own voice. "Your name is Lin Xinyuan?" In the floating blood mist, the god of war nodded. Qin Weibai fell silent. She was silent for a long, long time. Everything she had seen about Xianyuan Wushang appeared in her mind. His mutterings were inexplicable. He could act mysteriously as he pleased. He did not engage in proper work, eating and waiting for death. But no matter what, this fat man who called him sister-in-law did save Tianlan's life and made a great contribution to Tianlan's martial arts breakthrough. Finally, Qin Weibai nodded and whispered, "So, transfer money?" Lin Xianyuan, "I, Emperor Qin, send money." How similar was this scene to a joke? However, in Qin Weibai's eyes, they were obviously playing at a higher level. That unforgettable movie. It was a mysterious entrance. Patiently and meticulously laid out the foundation. He even looked for to. Qin Weibai thought it was a good job and deserved a reward. Sister-in-law, this is really His Majesty the God of War. The corners of Xianyuan Wushang's mouth kept twitching as he tried his best to hold back his laughter. He looked like he was in pain, but he didn't know that he had become a burden in Qin Weibai's heart. Qin Weibai nodded and said briefly, "How much do you want?" Xianyuan Wushang, the god of war, suddenly laughed. Looking at Qin Weibai's eyes, he said slowly, "It's not that you don't believe us. You just don't believe us. You can't find a reason to believe us, so you try to convince yourself that we are liars. But can you really convince yourself?" Qin Weibai frowned. "I am the Lin Xinyuan you know, but I can't show you any direct evidence." Countless blood mists burst out from his body. The voice of the god of war was still calm. "The Lin clan has my portrait. You should feel that I look familiar." Qin Weibai's heart suddenly shook. The existence of Dongqing is a secret that only you and the other you know. Even Jiang Shangyu doesn't know his name, and you have just seen his life. Time travel and life restart also sound incredible. You don't believe in my existence, which is equivalent to determining the meaning of your own existence. Qin Weibai sneered. Existence is existence. This in itself is meaningful. My being here is meaningful. The god of war nodded in agreement. My being here is also meaningful. Qin Weibai's eyes flashed. The war god's voice continued, "You are the initiate, and you have already become a dream puppet. Toying with the consciousness, destroying the mind, and even enslaving the soul is the specialty of your branch. I represent that space-time. If you don't believe me, it is the same as doubting the rationality of your own existence. If a dream realm puppet even doubts the rationality of its own existence, then you're already very close to collapsing." More and more blood mists floated out of the god of war's body, and the faint blood color had almost covered his body. The black dragon robe on his body was shining, and countless patterns were constantly changing. Kill the world. All worlds. This was the divine artifact of the god of war's realm, and also the weapon of the god of war. The different names were because of its two forms. The all worlds in the dragon robe form could be said to be one of the strongest defensive divine artifacts in the starry sky, and the kill the world in the sword form was an invincible divine blade. Its level was not as high as the king guard, but there was only one king guard, and under certain circumstances, the kill the world did not have certain restrictions. The god of war was a person who did not like too many restrictions. Qin Weibai's heart gradually calmed down. After seeing the god of war, their conversation instantly turned into a spiritual storm in her mind, constantly replaying. She glanced at the god of war and said slowly, "What are the initiators and dream puppets?" The god of war raised his eyebrows, but before he could speak, Xianyuan Wushang had already said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, be careful with your words." The god of war was silent for a moment, and laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. "I can't give you an answer for now. When there is a chance, I will tell you. Both Qin Weibai and Xianyuan Wushang noticed that the god of war had changed the way he addressed himself. This seemed to be a change in mentality. Xianyuan Wushang breathed a sigh of relief. The miracle city was still calm and tranquil, not attracting the attention of the starry sky. But Xianyuan Wushang was very clear that the starry sky outside the miracle city had long been filled with the flames of war. This was already the beginning of the battle of eradication. He didn't understand what was going on with the god of war in front of him, but he was very sure that the god of war's true body was already on the battlefield. The opponent he faced would naturally not be cannon fodder of the order camp, but could only be a peak existence similar to the Doomsday. In terms of martial arts authority, the god of war had already reached the true peak. Under normal circumstances, he could indeed say many things that Xianyuan Wushang dared not say, and he also didn't have to be too afraid of the will of the world and the malice of the world. But now the god of war was on the battlefield, and the human race was fighting against the world. For the god of war, the starry sky rules, which had been created by the malice of the world, were already very difficult to deal with him. But the god of war currently had an opponent. If the god of war wanted to ignore it, it was very likely that the moment he said a word, his opponent would suddenly have a fighting strength far beyond his own, and in an instant, the god of war would be seriously injured. If the god of war was sick, it would have a great impact on the entire battlefield. Moreover, taking 10,000 steps back, Xianyuan Wushang himself was the guide of Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai. Under what circumstances, it was Xianyuan Wushang's responsibility and obligation to let them come into contact with the real and cruel starry sky bit by bit. This power was given to him by the space-time corridor, which meant that he represented the will of the space-time corridor. Now was not the time for Qin Weibai to come into contact with these things, so she couldn't. Letting Qin Weibai know that the god of war in front of her was called Lin Xianyuan was actually a violation of the rules. But the god of war had directly descended and said it. What could he do? Xianyuan Wushang felt a little helpless. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Weibai, who was still in a state of confusion. He frowned and said softly, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to care about whether what His Majesty said is true or not. After all, he doesn't have any malice. And now, some things that you have come into contact with will only bring you danger, and these are all temporarily unnecessary information, so you don't have to look into it. In fact, even if His Majesty exists, you don't have to look into it. He is not the true body, and with his current strength, he is not even a match for Big Brother here." "I don't have the strength." The god of war smiled. His palms seemed to want to touch the table and chair in front of him, but his arm directly passed through the table and chair like a shadow. "I also don't have any ability to interfere with reality. I'm illusory. Other than being able to speak, I basically can't do anything. As for combat power, I don't have any at all." "Where is your true body?" Qin Weibai suddenly asked. If the so-called Lin Xianyuan in front of her couldn't do anything, then the movie just now obviously had something to do with his true body. The god of war took a deep look at her and said softly, "Very, very far, measured in light years." The blood mist in his body burst out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The god of war's voice was very calm. "The world is very big and you should all see it. Although, that's not what you want to see." Qin Weibai's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. Very, very far. Measured in light years. This sentence, it contained too many things. Once again, Qin Weibai thought of the only dream she had now. In the dream, there seemed to be an endless starry sky. The stars were like gravel, and it was a vast expanse. Xianyuan Wushang's eyes completely turned cold. "Your Majesty, the god of war, you've gone too far. Let him speak." Qin Weibai said. "I still insist on my point of view." Xianyuan Wushang's words showed an extremely intense emotion. Right in front of Qin Weibai, he opened his palm. A glowing cube appeared in his hand. The cube slowly unfolded, revealing extremely small components one after another. One of the small gears, which was almost invisible, turned into a thick book. Xianyuan Wushang opened the book expressionlessly and directly turned to the last page. On the last page, the dialogue between the god of war and Qin Weibai had appeared line by line on the page. Xianyuan Wushang bit his finger and used his blood as ink. He quickly scratched out line after line of words on the page with his blood-stained finger. Almost instinctively, Qin Weibai sensed that something was wrong. She frowned and said, Xianyuan Wushang's finger had crossed out the last line of the dialogue. Time flew. The white clouds were leisurely, and the sun was just right. Xianyuan Wushang's body trembled slightly. There was no injury on the surface, but the near-fatal injury began to gather and stack inside his body like a storm. His face instantly turned pale, and his breath completely fell to the bottom. Qin Weibai also had a real brand. He only crossed out a few lines on the page and slightly touched the real brand, but his body had accumulated unimaginably terrible injuries. He was the guide of Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai. He could use his authority to write in his book, but if he wanted to change it by force, he would have to pay a price. There was a moment of trance in Qin Weibai's eyes. This trance lasted less than half a second, and she was completely awake. Xianyuan Wushang quickly looked down at the page. On the page was the dialogue between him and Qin Weibai. I just want to know who invited me to watch that movie. Well, I didn't see him either. Xianyuan Wushang said with a wry smile, How would I know if I didn't see him? He picked up the Coke and took a sip. That man was wearing a black dragon robe. Puff! Cough, 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 cough. Xianyuan Wushang spat out the Coke and coughed violently. Are you sure? He looked at Qin Weibai and asked. It should be the dragon robe. That dress is more fancy than Wu Qing's, and the pattern keeps changing, Qin Weibai said in a low voice. World Punisher? No, it's all worlds, Xianyuan Wushang said softly. What? Qin Weibai asked. Nothing. Everything stopped there. Everything below was covered by the blood-like ink. Xianyuan Wushang narrowed his eyes slightly, and the book in his hand disappeared completely. Qin Weibai's voice sounded like the covered content of the book. Who is it? Tell me. Everything went back to before the god of war appeared. But the god of war was still there. This time, Xianyuan Wushang didn't hesitate. He coughed and responded quickly. He pointed to the god of war beside him and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, are you talking about this one? Qin Weibai suddenly looked back. The god of war stood aside and nodded to her. He seemed to want to say something, but Xianyuan Wushang didn't give him the chance to speak. He said with a smile, Sister-in-law, let me introduce you. This is my third uncle. Qin Weibai, the god of war. Xianyuan Wushang looked at the god of war with a smile and called him third uncle. Qin Weibai frowned. She didn't know why, but she felt something was wrong with her current mood, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. She hesitated a little and said slowly, Your third uncle looks younger than you. Sister-in-law, it hurts my feelings. Fat people also have human rights. Xianyuan Wushang looked aggrieved and helpless. Third uncle, the god of war repeated and looked at Xianyuan Wushang with a faint smile. Xianyuan Wushang's eyes were calm, as if it was a matter of course. The three supreme masters of the human clan, at least so far, were ranked like this. The great emperor and the god of war sounded majestic, but to put it bluntly, wasn't it Xianyuan the first, Wang the second, and Lin the third? She called the god of war third uncle, which made sense in terms of seniority. Qin Weibai shook her head subconsciously. She felt like she had overlooked something. It was like an occasional flash of inspiration, but before she could grasp it, the flickering thoughts had disappeared without a trace. She took a deep look at the third uncle in a black dragon robe, and for the first time, she used honorifics. The god of war was stunned and nodded. The atmosphere seemed to be a little too polite. Xianyuan Wushang scratched his head. Qin Weibai wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, she began to speak. She and Li Tianlan were Xianyuan Wushang's brother and sister-in-law. So, she naturally had to call Xianyuan Wushang's third uncle. But before she opened her mouth, the god of war took the initiative to say, Just call me third brother. My surname is Lin. Well, third brother Lin. He seemed to find this title very interesting and he laughed. Qin Weibai gave him a baffled look and said slowly, "The movie just now was very exciting, as long as you're satisfied." "I'm also very satisfied." The god of war nodded. "Is it true?" Qin Weibai suddenly asked. The god of war glanced at her and nodded. "It happened after you left and came here. Dongqing's state was very bad. It could have been maintained, but after destroying Beihai, his state became worse and worse. In fact, he came here by accident and wanted to find you, but he didn't have time. It was because of that time and space intersection that the dragon vein in Tianlan and Dongqing's body could be complete. Of course, the man named Xian Xuanzi also made a lot of efforts. After Beihai was gone, you saw what Dongqing was like. So, I invited you to watch that movie, and at the same time, let Dongqing see you. His current state is barely stable, and with his current strength, he is qualified to touch some of the truth, so in the future, he will get better and better." "The truth," Qin Weibai whispered to herself and asked, "What is it?" "Sister-in-law, I can't tell you now. It's very dangerous for you and him." Xian Yuan Wushang interrupted. The god of war glanced at him and said calmly, "What I can tell you now is that you and Tianlan need to continue to break through. Some of the names here are interesting. Let's call it the transcendent realm in the spiritual field. But this realm is not complete, or in other words, there is no real limit. Spiritual power is also terrible, not inferior to martial arts at all. When your spiritual power catches up with that Saint Emperor and you can directly break out like Li Kuangtu, this fat man will tell you some truth. Spiritual power is a path, but whether it is Saint Emperor or Li Kuangtu, they only chose half of it. The right path is to combine the two. This fat man, me, and many people are waiting for you to go on the right path." Qin Weibai was in a daze, and no one knew if she heard the god of war's words. After a while, she asked, "Can Tianlan and I still see Dongqing?" "When you know the truth, you will know whether you can see him or not." The god of war said softly, "You have been there, and he has been here. There is a chance." Qin Weibai nodded and didn't say anything. "What else do you want to ask?" The god of war looked at her calmly. Qin Weibai was at a loss. She thought she had a lot of questions. But maybe it was because her spiritual power had just broken through, or something else. Her thoughts were in a mess. In silence, she shook her head and said simply, "I haven't thought about it yet." "Don't worry," the god of war said quietly, "I will stay here for a while. You can find me at any time." Shenyuan Wushang raised his eyebrows and looked at the god of war nervously. Qin Weibai understood that he meant to send her away. She still felt something was wrong, but she didn't delay. She nodded and left. The clinic was quiet again. The god of war stood silently, watching Qin Weibai's back pass through the flowers and woods and step on the arch bridge. Suddenly, he said, "She seems to be in a daze. She knows something is wrong, but she doesn't know what is wrong at the moment. Are you sure it's good for her to be like this?" Shenyuan Wushang stood a little behind the god of war. He thought for a while and said calmly, "I don't know. But I'm sure it's not good to tell her part of the truth like your majesty did. I can help her withstand the suppression of the world's will and keep her safe." The god of war said calmly, "That's not something you should care about, your majesty." A sharp look flashed in Shenyuan Wushang's eyes. The return of these two is the most important thing in the space-time corridor right now. It's even more important than the current war. Your majesty, I have my own guiding plan and rhythm. Have you not considered my father's and the others' attitudes when you interfere so rashly? It's an accident. The god of war gave an explanation that wasn't really an explanation. What do you mean? Shenyuan Wushang was confused. Help me arrange for me to get to know Li Tianlun. The god of war's tone was simple, as if he was giving an order. Impossible. Shenyuan Wushang's response was resolute. He had been restraining his attitude, but now he couldn't bear it anymore. What on earth does your majesty want to do? Could it be that before his majesty returned, he also hoped that someone like you would come and disturb the process of his return? If there's an accident, there will come a day. Aren't you afraid of being punished? She won't remember. The god of war suddenly said. Shenyuan Wushang was stunned. Even if I just told her part of the truth, She won't remember. Once she leaves this door, she will forget most of the things and then remember them little by little. You know Qin Weibai's character better than I do. She's absolutely calm and rational. She's very receptive and decisive. There are some things she can't remember or understand. She will hypnotize herself to let go. That's why I'm relieved to tell her some things. You changed her memory, and I respect your choice. But in fact, it's not necessary. Even if you don't do it, she will forget a lot, and then the next day she will return to the state before today. Some of the things I tell her will only leave a very vague hint in her heart, which can help her correct her path. You tell her I mean no harm, but why don't you believe it yourself? Xianyuan Wushang was completely silent. He didn't believe that the god of war wanted to interrupt their return. But the god of war's appearance here really made him a little uneasy. There was a flash of hesitation in his eyes, and he asked, "Your Majesty, what on earth do you want to do here?" To solve Li Dongqing's psychological problem. The god of war answered without hesitation, and now it seems that the effect is very good. This kind of thing can be done by Xianyuan Luanhui, and he does it very well. Why did your Majesty come in person? I felt the real imprint of Her Highness Qin Weibai. The god of war's eyes were sharp. From this point of view, you can say that Her Highness asked me to come here. Of course, coming here is also my original purpose. I don't understand. Xianyuan Wushang's voice was cold. What does my current state look like in your eyes? There was a very strange color in the god of war's eyes. Xianyuan Wushang turned his head and looked at the god of war in front of him seriously. The god of war's loose black dragon robe was still slightly shaking in the windless room, and the blood mist all over his body was like small fireworks. Of course, Xianyuan Wushang knew why. Because the god of war's real body was on the battlefield at this time. Only the end of the world could cause such terrible and dense injuries to him, a person at the peak of martial arts. In a real battlefield, this bloody mist might be the result of endless dark energy blasts, or gamma rays that exceeded the limits of the limit blasting his body. But why could he see it? Xianyuan Wushang frowned. The battle god in front of him should only be a projection of the sword qi of the battle god. The sword qi of the battle god had just swept past Miracle City not long ago, so it was completely understandable that it could form such a projection. However, if it was a projection, he shouldn't be able to see the injuries related to his real body. The current state of the battle god was indeed a bit strange. You are? Xianyuan Wushang asked softly. This is me. The god of war said, you can think of it as my real body, but this is an illusory real body. Xianyuan Wushang was dumbfounded. What was an illusory real body? Martial arts also had such fancy means now? This is a new thing I've been studying. The god of war said, I didn't mean to do this, but I didn't expect to come up with these messy things. A new thing. Xianyuan Wushang weighed the weight of this word, and his heart was already surging with stormy waves. He raised his head and stared at the god of war. You've created a new authority? What was authority? Authority was not just power. Instead, it was something that was built on fundamental cognition. Only when a living being was conscious could it have the most fundamental cognition. And all the authority was the authority of the world. Eating, breathing, walking, and even the length of life were all part of the authority. Could be knowledge, force, or something else. Survival was the most basic thing. In a person's life, every word, every action, and every look could be said to be a part of the authority. And this was the most basic part. The instinct of breathing and moving was the most basic authority given to life by the world. The authority that could go from the basic to the peak was the authority that everyone in the neutral camp was struggling to survive. For example, martial arts. There were all kinds of authority, but there were only a few that could go to the peak smoothly. In the current neutral camp, there were only 3 kinds of authority that could go to the peak. In the simplest words, they were martial arts, fraud, and calligrapher. The creator of all 3 kinds of authority was Huang Shi. That was Li Tianlan now. And the order camp had 3.5 authorities. As for the dark shadow, they only had 1 kind of authority. But under the rules of chaos, they could ignore the camp and use all the abilities of any camp and any authority. And now, the god of war had created a fourth kind of authority. For the whole starry sky, this was really a big deal. At least, it meant that there was one more possibility for the neutral camp to go to the peak. I just have a general idea. The god of war shook his head. It may not succeed. At present, this authority is only to improve some of my own shortcomings and strengthen my own strengths. Maybe the upper limit of this authority is only level 5 or level 6. Your father has tried this much more than I have. The ultimate authority of this authority is, Xianyuan Wushang asked carefully, his eyes full of awe. Killing. Destruction. The god of war's voice was very calm. Xianyuan Wushang's heart skipped a beat. This kind of authority was already close to the existing two kinds of authority. What I want is the purest killing and destruction. All kinds of methods are okay, as long as I can destroy everything in the shortest time in the most straightforward way. But I accidentally created this thing. A touch of embarrassment flashed in the god of war's eyes. He seemed to recall the time when he was trapped in the screen. So, what is this thing? Xianyuan Wushang asked carefully. The god of war was silent for a while and said slowly, "This is a memory." This so-called authority with killing and destruction as the main authority, the only function at present is to make myself disappear completely. Xianyuan Wushang was speechless. Be more specific? The god of war glanced at him. Be more specific. When you can remember me, I exist. When you can't remember me, I don't exist. His sword energy swept over the sky of Miracle City not long ago. So, in the biological laboratory, Qin Weibai and Li Kuangtu mentioned the god of war when talking about Li Huo. So the god of war formed a simple projection with their memories. He invited them to watch a movie. When the movie ended, the projection of the god of war was trapped between two spaces. So Qin Weibai saw his figure on the monitor screen. As long as Qin Weibai continued to think, the god of war would soon appear on the screen. But Qin Weibai, she decided not to think. She didn't want to think. So the projection of the god of war, trapped between two spaces, struggled for a long time before rushing out. But even if he rushed out, he could only be trapped in the biological laboratory. He could only use his real brand to stimulate Qin Weibai's real brand. So Qin Weibai came here and had a conversation with Xianyuan Wushang. Then Qin Weibai and Xianyuan Wushang's memory synchronized. In essence, the god of war, who was just a projection of a memory, could directly appear here. This ability, Xianyuan Wushang looked at the god of war silently. It's a bit nonsense. If this ability matures, there should be many more ways to use it. It will be very terrible. The god of war whispered. But it's the wrong way. Xianyuan Wushang sighed. If the new authority was purely to kill and destroy, then the ability in front of him obviously had nothing to do with the authority. This kind of ability was more like a concealment ability. It was very strange, very fancy. So, introduce me to Li Tianlan. The god of war said. You want to? Xianyuan Wushang narrowed his eyes. Talk about swordsmanship. The god of war smiled. By the way, we can discuss the new authority. He created a neutral camp. Maybe I can get some inspiration from him. Chapter 1288. She left the clinic. When she calmed down completely, it was already evening. The blood-red setting sun burned the layers of clouds, rendering the entire sky magnificent. Qin Weibai sat alone in the pavilion, looking at the sky in the distance. She watched the light between heaven and earth turn from daytime to dim yellow, to fiery red, to dark, and to dim little by little. The setting sun completely sank. There was only a dim yellow afterglow in the distant sky. The bright moon had risen above her head. In the hazy night, the wind was cold, and the place was quiet and peaceful. Qin Weibai stood up and gently took a breath. In the hazy darkness of the night, a shadow also stood up on the grass outside the pavilion. The golden retriever, which had lived here since Emperor Dong's palace was built, looked at Qin Weibai and trotted over. The bell on its neck made a crisp sound as it moved. Qin Weibai looked down at it quietly. It trotted to Qin Weibai, squatted down, and quieted down again. Hungry? Qin Weibai smiled and touched its head. The golden retriever didn't move. It just wagged its tail comfortably, as if it wasn't hungry. It had completely grown up. In terms of a dog's lifespan, it wasn't young, but it didn't look old at all. Its fur was soft and beautiful, and it was very energetic. The golden retriever was undoubtedly very smart. Although Qin Weibai and Li Tianlan didn't spend much time playing with it, every time it saw them in Emperor Dong's palace, it would take the initiative to stick to them. If it wasn't driven away, it would stay near them and play. Qin Weibai sat in the pavilion for half the afternoon. The golden retriever also stayed on the lawn outside the pavilion for half the afternoon. It occasionally rolled around and chased butterflies, but it never left the pavilion. Qin Weibai thought for a moment and squatted down in front of the golden retriever. The golden retriever tilted its head, and its bright eyes were also looking at her. Its body was very clean, with traces of a very gentle perfume smell. The golden retriever was a very intelligent dog. If it was domesticated, it would be as smart as a 6 or 7-year-old child, so it could eat by itself and find its own bathroom. After Xiao Mahai became the director of Emperor Dong's palace, he directly took the golden retriever to his villa. In the words of Director Xiao, they were all His Majesty's dogs, so they should live together. Therefore, the director of Emperor Dong's palace spent a lot of time raising pets after work. Even if he was so busy that he didn't have time to eat, he would not forget to send food to the golden retriever. The golden retriever had reached the pinnacle of his dog life during this period of time, even putting on perfume, according to the standard of food and accommodation of the core members of Emperor Dong's palace. Qin Weibai's fingers gently stroked the fine fur on the dog's head. She looked into its eyes and whispered, "Do you miss your real master?" The golden retriever whined, and its eyes were somewhat innocent. Qin Weibai squatted in front of it, lost in thought. Many people knew the origin of this golden retriever. Li Tianlan liked dogs, but he never had the temperament to raise pets by himself, and he didn't have the time. This golden retriever was given to him by Wang Yuetong, the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai, when Li Tianlan first entered the secular world. At that time, the golden retriever was very small, only a few months old. Now, it had already lived half of its life. If only she was here, Qin Weibai murmured to herself, and her eyes were a little aggrieved. She thought of this morning. She thought of the scene when Li Tianlan hugged her tightly. He said that he had been thinking about nonsense these days, and he felt that he was not himself. He said that he was unique. At that time, Qin Weibai had never been satisfied, but also lost. That was the feeling of being loved by the most powerful man in the world, being spoiled by him, and being loved by him. But Qin Weibai was very clear that that feeling was for herself, but also not for herself. It was a very contradictory thought. But Qin Weibai was very clear that the so-called herself was two individuals. Although they were actually one, in the eyes of others, after all, they were two individuals. She was Qin Weibai. She was the master of Samsara Palace. She had always insisted that she and herself were really the same person. Military counselor and Flaming Fire did not agree with this. But Saint and Horsewoman tacitly agreed with this. Qin Weibai had always felt that it didn't matter, because she thought that they were really the same person. Memory, thinking, language, perception, movement, body. Everything was completely synchronized. Who could say that they were not the same person? No matter who it was, Qin Weibai could not care less. But only Li Tianlan was different. Everything should not have gone wrong. The master of Samsara Palace would die in Snow Country. She would become the only Qin Weibai, replacing herself and accompanying Li Tianlan. She was her, unique, and Li Tianlan would never find out the truth. No, there was no truth. She was Qin Weibai. This was the truth. She did not have to pretend to be another person at all, because she was herself. This was also her original plan. But the master of Samsara Palace did not die, but was brought to the Lin clan, which made Qin Weibai not fully get into the state at the beginning. Then some details began to be more and more loopholes. Li Tianlan now did not expect that there would be two Qin Weibai. So for some details, he just thought that he was imagining things. After a few days of madness, he now doted on her even more. But once there was doubt, it was only a matter of time before it was exposed. Especially when Jiang Shangyu was not dead yet. If both Jiang Shangyu appeared in front of Li Tianlan, it was enough to make him realize something. Qin Weibai did not dare to imagine what Li Tianlan would do after knowing the so-called truth, nor did she know what he would become. But his performance had already explained a lot of things. It was just as he had said. He felt that she was not herself. This was a kind of unintentional denial, which also made Qin Weibai's inner uneasiness reach the peak. She did not know how long she could keep pretending, although she felt that she was not pretending at all. "Baby, what do you think we should do?" Qin Weibai touched the head of the golden retriever and asked in a low voice. The golden retriever blinked its eyes and stuck out its tongue to lick Qin Weibai's palm. If he finds out the truth, he will not be able to bear it. "If your real master is here, maybe he can continue to accompany her in my place," Qin Weibai murmured. The golden retriever lay down and rolled over, showing its belly to Qin Weibai. "In fact, no one is a substitute. Your original master is not, and neither am I." Qin Weibai reached out and scratched the belly of the golden retriever and laughed. "He fell in love with me at the beginning, so he can fall in love with me now, right?" She stood up and stamped her feet gently. The golden retriever got up and circled around Qin Weibai, as if it wanted to play. "I'm going to accompany him. I'll come to play with you another day." Qin Weibai patted the dog's head, turned around, walked out of the pavilion, and went to the castle. The golden retriever sat in the pavilion until Qin Weibai's figure disappeared. Then it wagged its tail and turned to run to Xiao Mahai's villa. After washing her hands and changing her clothes, Qin Weibai returned to Li Tianlan's office. A large number of materials were still piled up on the expensive desk in the office, but some of them were obviously sorted out. It seemed that Li Tianlan had finished reading and memorized them. When Qin Weibai pushed the door open and walked in, Li Tianlan was not behind the desk, but sitting in front of the sofa by the French window, reaching out to pinch between his eyebrows. Qin Weibai trotted to his back, held his head with her slightly cold fingertips, and let him lean on the sofa. She smiled softly and said, "Tired?" "I'm fine." Li Tianlan opened his eyes, moved his body, and tried to push his head up. Qin Weibai obediently bent down slightly, letting his head touch her chest. "Are you hungry? Should I order some food? Or should I make some dishes for you?" Qin Weibai looked down at Li Tianlan. Her cooking skills could be said to have been taught by Yu Donglai, because she was extremely confident. Li Tianlan looked up at her. He rarely looked at Qin Weibai from this angle. To be exact, it was the first time. The face in his sight was still beautiful, exquisite, and dreamy. Separated by the proud peaks, it was hazy, but it had a special charm. "Forget it, eat whatever you like. I'm mainly eating you tonight." Li Tianlan reached out and pinched her face. "You're not serious." Qin Weibai glared at him. "Then let's talk about something serious." Li Tianlan moved his body. "I just talked to Zhou Yu on the phone." Qin Weibai was stunned, and a touch of deep thought flashed in her eyes. "Zhou Yu of Huading?" Li Tianlan said yes. Qin Weibai subconsciously slowed down the strength of massaging Li Tianlan and pondered. In today's Zhongzhou state politics, when it came to the hot young people, the first was naturally the current governor of Nanyue, Zhou Yuanshan, who was almost certain to become the speaker of Nanyue after the election. At the age of 38, almost everyone thought that he would be the new leader of the new group in 15 to 20 years. The second was the governor of Jianghuai, Wang Jingxin. He was the core figure of the Wang family of Beihai and the Southeast Group. Although Zhou Yuanshan and the local forces of Jiangzhou worked together to push him out of Jiangzhou during the internal reshuffle of Beihai, Wang Jingxin did not show any signs of decline after he went to Jianghuai. In the past 2 years in Jianghuai, he was quite diligent. He was about the same age as Zhou Yuanshan. In this election, Zhou Yuanshan would enter the parliament one step ahead of him, but no one dared to say that Wang Jingxin would not have a chance in the future. In this position, there were too many variables between advance and retreat. A little carelessness could cause one to waste a few years in the same place. It was not uncommon for the latecomer to catch up. And after Wang Jingxin, It was the current deputy speaker of the Southwest Group, Zhou Qi. In the past year, Zhou Qi's status had soared like a rocket. Seriously speaking, Zhou Qi began to become more and more conspicuous when Qin Fangqing began to be unable to bear the pressure. After Qin Fangqing's death, Zhou Qi suddenly became the core of the core. Obviously, the Prince Group intended to unite all the forces that could be united. By supporting Zhou Qi, they could get the full support of the former forces of Zhou Tong and deal with the pressure from the new group and the Southeast Group more easily. Zhou Qi was now the deputy speaker of the Southwest Group. There were already rumors that after the election, he might skip the transition of the mayor and directly become the speaker. This year, Zhou Qi was in his early 40s. If he could reach the top in Southwest City, he would undoubtedly enter the parliament. This was also what the Prince Group was currently working hard to promote. After Zhou Qi was Zhou Yu. Although they had the same surname, they were not relatives. Zhou Yu was the nephew of Zhou Yunhai, the current leader of the North Group and the current mayor of Huding. He was also in his early 40s. He was originally only the deputy mayor of Northern City. The reason why he could control the Huding municipal government was that the Prince Group and the Academy worked together to suppress the Southeast Group and the Giant Group more than 2 years ago. The North Group repeatedly jumped around and gained a lot of benefits, a considerable part of which fell on Zhou Yu. When Yu Chuanguang left Huding and was transferred to Wuyue, Zhou Qi took one step from Northern City to Huding and held the position of mayor. According to the intelligence of the new group and the Southeast Group, Zhou Qi's current life in Huding was not good, but it was not bad either. He had established his authority and firmly grasped a series of matters in the municipal government, especially the financial power. This was also his most powerful weapon against the speaker of the Prince Group. As long as he could hold the financial power, it would be difficult for the speaker to intervene in the big matters of the municipal government. If the speaker wanted to intervene, he could only make a deal with him with the power of speech. Originally, it was not a bad situation to maintain this situation. After the election, the speaker of Huating would retire. Even if he could not take advantage of the situation to take the position, it was enough to further expand his influence by staying in the position of mayor for the future. But now Huating was turbulent and Zhou Yu was in it. His position suddenly became extremely critical. In the face of the increasingly strange situation, it was completely understandable that he had some ideas. Zhou Yu took the initiative to find you? Qin Weibai's voice was very gentle. Li Tianlan nodded and said, yes. He can't get the position of speaker. Qin Weibai's voice was crisp and decisive. What was Huating's status in Zhongzhou State? It was the most prosperous international metropolis in the whole of Zhongzhou State and one of the main windows of Zhongzhou State to the outside world. Those who could sit in the position of speaker were all big shots at the top level of governor, and then became one of the most influential members of parliament in Zhongzhou State. Zhou Yu's qualifications were far from enough. In fact, based on his qualifications, it was already the limit for him to sit in the position of mayor. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely for him to sit in this position. He's still very clear-headed. Li Tianlan smiled. He doesn't plan to fight for the position of speaker, but he hopes to get my support to fight for a few heavyweight positions in Huating for him. The situation in Huating is quite serious this time, and it is estimated that there will be a complete reshuffle before the election. Is he going to be the uncrowned king in Huating? Qin Weibai smiled. Fighting for a few heavyweight positions, such as the Ministry of Personnel, the Supervisory Department, the Police. If these departments were controlled by Zhou Yu, he would promote a standing director from the municipal government. Together with the current speaker of Wudong New Area and the military representative who naturally stood with the Dongqing clan, Zhou Yu would occupy 7 positions in the director's seat in Huating. What did this mean? No matter whether there were 11 or 13 people in the Huating Council after the reshuffle, 7 votes was a majority. With these, even if Zhou Yu was not the speaker, many decisions in Huating could not be carried out without his approval. As an absolutely powerful second-in-command, as long as he knew his limits and could make the group and the parliament believe that he could control Huating, he would be the next speaker of Huating. The uncrowned king is exaggerating. Li Tianlan said softly, but he thinks he can be a powerful helmsman of the municipal government. It's not appropriate. Qin Weibai said softly. Li Tianlan was silent for a moment and nodded. Indeed, so, he reached out and patted the document beside him. I refuse. Qin Weibai bent down to take the document and glanced at it. It should be the information that Li Tianlan found temporarily. On it were the resumes and information of the current 13 directors of Huading, including various actual conditions, ages, origins, and important speeches on various occasions. Now there were 12 directors in Huading, and one of them was already drinking tea in the supervisory department. His information was not important. Qin Weibai quickly flipped through it and said softly, Huading, a place of trouble? Zhou Yu is a man with a heart. He wants to stay in Huading and fight for a channel of promotion for Jiangzhe in the future. Li Tianlan laughed. Zhou Yu was Zhou Yunhai's nephew, but now he was the core of the new group and his position was extremely firm. The relationship between the new group and the North group had always been very subtle. The two sides were very close, and in fact, they had a certain degree of in-depth cooperation, or even integration. However, Zhou Yunhai obviously did not want to integrate the entire North City into the new group, so he would support Li Tianlan on some matters. But his support was always limited. Strictly speaking, the two sides were not so much integrating, but it was more like Zhou Yunhai began to consciously eliminate those who were in the North group but had their hearts in the new group after discovering the strong influence of the Flourishing Age Fund. And Zhou Yu was a representative of such people. This was not a betrayal or anything else, but a very normal choice. The so-called group was just a force that everyone had to work together to fight against external forces when they had the same position. It was not impossible to change. Zhou Yu made a change, and the change was extremely firm, so he talked a lot with Li Tianlan on the phone, and the discussion was very thorough. However, Qin Weibai still shook her head. Tianlan, it's not worth the loss to support Zhou Yu now. I think if we can let Zhou Yu leave Huading, it will be the best choice. In recent years, the situation in Huading had been relatively complicated. All the major groups had their hands in it, forming a delicate balance. Now in Huading, Zhou Yu, the mayor, represented the power of the new group, and he was the only one. However, because Dongqing Qiuqi used to be the speaker of Wudong New Area, the current speaker of Wudong New Area and the representative of Huading's army headquarters were all members of the giant group. They were also Zhou Yu's greatest confidence and most loyal allies in Huading. Zhong Yue, the speaker of Huading, the ministers of the Ministry of Personnel and the Propaganda Department, plus the one who was now drinking tea in the Ministry of Supervision, were the Prince Group's base in Huading. The power of the Ministry of Supervision used to belong to the Southeast Group. With Wang Xiaoyao's betrayal, the Ministry of Supervision in Huading became Wang Xiaoyao's direct subordinates. They were not in the camp of the Southeast Group, but close to the Prince Group, but not the force of the Prince Group. The Huading Ministry of Supervision changed its commander a few days ago. The former Minister of Supervision was transferred to Wuyue, and Yu Chuanguang was also away for a while, so Wang Xiaoyao's force had officially left Huading. They still had some influence in Huading, but without a leader, such influence was destined to be useless. The new Minister of Supervision in Huading and the current Deputy Speaker of Huading were the force of the Southeast Group. In addition, a Deputy Mayor of the municipal government was the force of the North Group, slightly close to Zhou Yu, but not one of them. The other board members were from the academic faction. The Special Warfare Group still controlled the Special Operations Bureau. This was the current power distribution in Huading, and it was foreseeable that in the following period, this power distribution would definitely become unrecognizable. Huading had become the focus of the game between the Prince Group and the Southeast Group. The Prince Group had a strong influence, but the storm stirred up by Wang Xiaoyao was quite disadvantageous to Zhong Yue. This was also the weapon of the Southeast Group at this time. The Prince Group intended to win over Wang Qinglei and then get the whole Wuyue, but it did not intend to give up Huading. Seeing that it had lost Wuyue, the Southeast Group naturally wanted to use Huading to cut losses. The mentality of the two groups became the key to Wang Xiaoyao's survival in the crack, and the other directors who were still in Huading were just fish in the moat. With Zhou Yu's current position in Huading, he did see the opportunity, and even had a complete plan to take advantage of this opportunity. Qin Weibai did not deny that this could fight for the interests of the new group. But once he took action in Huading, he would directly confront and offend the Prince Group and the Southeast Group. This was not a confrontation of martial arts. In the game rules of the high level, there was no daring, only whether it was worth it or not. They could tolerate the existence of Zhou Yu, but they absolutely could not tolerate Li Tianlan placing a few more heavyweight directors in Huading. Moreover, Zhou Yu was not necessarily selfless. If Li Tianlan agreed to support his plan this time, it would definitely make the whole new group work to support him, which would also help him improve his position in the new group. Qin Weibai could understand this mentality, but the current Huading was really not so tempting for the new group. On the contrary, it was the best choice to let Zhou Yu quit Huading and give up the position of the helmsman of the municipal government. Quit, Li Tianlan whispered to himself. How to arrange it? Zhou Yu was the mayor of Huading. This position was extremely important in the governor's sequence, and it was also one of the positions closest to the councillors. From this point of view, this position was even more important than that of the speaker of some remote provinces. If Zhou Yu was asked to leave this position without making good arrangements, it would inevitably make people disappointed. Qin Weibai smiled and said softly, "At this time, as long as Zhou Yu is willing to quit, we don't need to worry about how to arrange it. The Prince Group and the Southeast Group will rush to arrange it for him. My suggestion is to let him enter Yuzhou, either the Development Committee or the Finance Department. The possibility of compromise between the Prince Group and the Southeast Group is very high. As long as Zhou Yu goes there, he can better cooperate with Wu Xiang and Speaker Bai. Zhou Yu himself will also be willing. Although such a transfer can't be called a promotion, it is in line with the strategic direction of the group. In the group, his position can also be regarded as rising. To say the least, even if he can't go to Zhongzhou State, it's not bad to go to Beijiang." Li Tianlan shook his head. Beijiang? Zhou Yu doesn't have this qualification. Beijiang was located in the border, far less prosperous than Huading, but it was the largest province in Zhongzhou State, and the situation in some aspects was more sensitive. Zhou Yu was not qualified to compete for the speaker of Huading, nor was he qualified to control Beijiang. Jiang Shangyu would go to the front after the election, and the country of Beijiang must be retreated. This was also the bargaining chip that Li Huaqing gave to Li Tianlan. But who would go to Beijiang had always been a great headache for the new group. Zhou Yuanshan wanted to stay in Nanyue. The new group currently elected to replace Jiang Shan was the current deputy speaker of Jiangzhe, Ji Ankong. There was no doubt about Ji Ankong's ability, but his biggest problem was the same as Zhou Yu's, seniority. A senior deputy governor suddenly stepped into the position of a member of parliament, which was like a meteoric rise. As expected, the resistance was great. Even with the support of the academics, the possibility of success was not too high. At present, there was only one person in the new group who was qualified to control Beijiang, and that was Bai Qingqian. Li Huaqing also meant the same. Bai Qingqian went to Beijiang. Ji Ankong was transferred to Yuzhou as the helmsman of a certain department in the cabinet. He was Wu Jingmin's old subordinate and could better cooperate with Wu Jingmin. However, as soon as Bai Qingqian left, the new group would lose a deputy prime minister, which was greatly disadvantageous to their plan to win the right to speak in the cabinet. At present, this issue had not been discussed because of too much resistance from all sides. But as the election was getting closer and closer, this had become a problem that the new group could not avoid. "Then let's not touch the speaker for the time being," Qin Weibai suddenly said. Li Tianlan was stunned. Zhou Yu and Ji Ankong both went there. Zhou Yu is the governor, and Ji Ankong continues to be the deputy speaker. Jiang Shan doesn't have to step down for the time being. We can arrange some heavyweight directors in Huading, but in Beijiang, it's not a big problem. Even if we don't have anyone sit in the position of speaker in Beijiang for the time being, the actual right to speak in Beijiang will be in our hands." Qin Weibai smiled. "In this case, there's a lot of room for manipulation." Li Tianlan said softly. I'll discuss it with Minister Wu Xiang and the others another day. Qin Weibai said softly. Li Tianlan reached out and held Qin Weibai's palm, letting the slightly cold palm cover his eyes. He whispered, "Where did you go? I was sitting here just now, and then I saw you sitting alone in the gazebo for a long time. I wandered around and got tired. I happened to see Bao Bao chasing butterflies there, so I took a rest for a while," Qin Weibai said softly. "By the way, I also went to Fatty's clinic in the afternoon. Fatty's third uncle came. His name is Third Lin. He's very mysterious, but I don't think he's a simple man," Qin Weibai said in a low voice. Third Lin? Li Tianlan was a little stunned. What a strange name. And why was the surname of Fatty's third uncle Lin? "I should meet him," Li Tianlan said softly. Xianyuan Wushang's background was definitely not simple. Anyone who knew a little about him knew this. His family, especially his elders, were naturally more important to Li Tianlan. Then call them now? How about treating them to dinner? Qin Weibai said, "I'll make a few dishes myself. It'll be more formal." Li Tianlan thought for a moment, nodded, took out his mobile phone, and directly dialed Xianyuan Wushang's number. The phone kept ringing. Xianyuan Wushang didn't pick it up until it was about to automatically hang up. Just from his tone, it could be seen that the fatty was very excited. "Big brother?" Li Tianlan hummed. Before he could speak, Xianyuan Wushang had already started shouting, "Go, go, go. They can't hold on anymore. Group 2, go and fight the boss. The others, follow me and guard the bodies. That priest, kill him for me." Li Tianlan was speechless. Qin Weibai subconsciously raised her hand and rubbed her forehead. Xianyuan Wushang, the internet addict and fat homebody, was real. "Have you eaten?" Li Tianlan took a deep breath and asked. "I drank 2 liters of Coke. I'm not hungry for now. I'll order something to eat later." "Big brother, what's the matter? Are you not feeling well? What's wrong with you?" Xianyuan Wushang spoke very quickly. It was clear that he wanted to end the call as soon as possible. The corner of Li Tianlan's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to rush over and slap the fatty. He said slowly, "You have a third uncle in Emperor Dong's palace?" Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a moment and laughed. "What a coincidence. He just left an hour ago. My third uncle was going to ask me to introduce you to each other, but I told him that Big Brother is a little busy these days. He said he understood and left. He hasn't been back to Zhongzhou State for many years and wants to travel around. Besides, he has a son in Nanlu State who also plans to visit his relatives. I guess when he comes back, Big Brother, you're almost done with your work. I'll introduce him to you then." Li Tianlan shook his head. "You don't have to be polite. You directly made the decision for me. We're family. There's no need to play these tricks. Besides, Big Brother, you're really busy these days. My third uncle wants to talk to you about something. It's not urgent, but he needs you to concentrate. It's meaningless if you can't calm down. So I asked him to come after the election. You should have some time then." Xianyuan Wushang said. Li Tianlan thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it then. Come over for some food? Your sister-in-law will cook for you." "I'm not going," Xianyuan Wushang answered without hesitation. "We're fighting a boss on the battlefield. Big brother, do you want to play games? I'll take you to Fly Panga Heaven and Earth. It's so fun. The company that developed this game is a subsidiary of the Flourishing Age Fund. If your brother wants to play, he won't need you to take him to play. He can shut down your account with a few words." Qin Weibai couldn't help laughing. With the style of the Flourishing Age Fund, Han Donglu naturally had a voice in the domestic game market. It just so happened that the game Xianyuan Wushang was playing was developed by a game company under the Flourishing Age Fund. It was bound to major domestic social terminal customer groups, and the situation was very popular. Xianyuan Wushang still wanted to say something, but Li Tianlan obviously didn't want to argue with him. He hung up impatiently and threw the phone aside. "It's quite interesting." Qin Weibai chuckled and said, "The fat man is obviously not a simple person, but he is willing to stay in the clinic all day, drinking Coke and playing games. I heard that he bought hundreds of cases of Coke some time ago and drank it like water every day. But he didn't get fat when I saw him today. Sooner or later, he will get diabetes. Bullshit, doctor. Li Tianlan shook his head. Qin Weibai said softly, let's have dinner by ourselves. What do you want to eat? No, let's rest. Li Tianlan stood up and stretched himself. He looked at Qin Weibai and smiled wantonly. Qin Weibai blushed and subconsciously wanted to run. But as soon as she turned around, Li Tianlan had directly appeared in front of her and held her in his arms. His sword energy permeated every corner of Emperor Dong's palace. Within the range of the sword energy, he could really move. No matter where Qin Weibai ran, she would directly run into his arms. Can't wait? Li Tianlan's voice was a little playful. Qin Weibai stared at him. Her eyes were charming without any lethality. Go to rest. Aren't you tired? Qin Weibai stammered. Do you remember what you promised me today? Li Tianlan asked, narrowing his eyes. Qin Weibai bit her red lip and didn't speak. She would not be so reluctant, but when she thought of Li Tianlan's demands today, she felt so ashamed that she couldn't lift her head. So naughty? You don't keep your word? Li Tianlan's fingers gently rubbed her chin. Stop it. Qin Weibai pushed him gently. Her pink earlobes turned red. I'll just wear it. First, take a shower. Remember that red scarf? I like it very much. Qin Weibai rolled her eyes at him. The tenderness in her eyes was really amorous. Li Tianlan was hot-headed. He carried Qin Weibai in his arms and directly rushed to the bathroom. Half an hour later, he, who had taken advantage of her, was driven out by the goddess who couldn't bear it anymore. In a good mood, he played Qin Weibai's favorite music in the bedroom. He sprayed some perfume in the air and dimmed the lights. Qin Weibai used to do these things. Li Tianlan had seen it many times, so he was also very familiar with it. Qin Weibai continued to dawdle in the bathroom for half an hour. The bathroom door opened. Qin Weibai wrapped herself in a bath towel, walked out quietly, and slipped into the cloakroom. She should be looking for the scarf. Li Tianlan chuckled and took out a cigarette. After thinking for a while, he found a box of cigars from the bedside table, opened it, and lit it. The mellow smoke and the smell of perfume slowly mixed in the air. Nearly 20 minutes later, the cloakroom door was carefully opened. Qin Weibai's trembling voice sounded. Tianlan, Qin Weibai took a puff of the cigar, feeling a little comfortable. Turn off the light, okay? It's very dark. What are you afraid of? Come out and let me see. Li Tianlan sat on the bed and narrowed his eyes. If you don't come out, I'll go in and catch her. There was silence in the cloakroom. Li Tianlan could imagine the goddess standing at the door, hesitating and biting her red lips. Finally, the door of the cloakroom slowly closed. Qin Weibai walked into Li Tianlan's sight little by little. Li Tianlan's breath suddenly stopped, and he subconsciously took a big puff of the cigar. Come here. The smoke came out of his mouth little by little, and his voice trembled slightly. Qin Weibai was really well behaved. She carried out Li Tianlan's request perfectly. Black silk. Black silk. But it was not the kind of stockings that were one piece, but two separate stockings. The silver stilettos studded with diamonds shone with an incomparably seductive luster in the dimly lit room, making her, who was already 1.76 meters tall, look even taller. It seemed that she could not find the red silk scarf. Qin Weibai wore a colorful, soft silk scarf around her slender and proud neck. There was a small silver bell at the front of the scarf, which was gently vibrating with her breathing, making a clear and melodious sound. Qin Weibai was wearing a white top hat and carrying a small handbag in her hand. She seemed a little nervous, but she was still proud and noble as she stood there. High heels, silk stockings, silk scarf, top hat, handbag. Such a goddess was dignified and elegant as if she was going to a banquet. But there was no dress, not only no dress. But what? Was no wearing no? She walked over slowly, carrying the handbag, and the silver bell on the silk scarf gently rippled. Li Tianlan touched his nose subconsciously. Fortunately, there was no nosebleed. You're so bad. Qin Weibai walked to Li Tianlan's side, and her face was full of red clouds. Do you want to bully me in different ways every day? You don't like it? Li Tianlan asked. Qin Weibai's eyes were extremely soft, and her voice was sweet. Do you like it? I like it. Li Tianlan nodded seriously. It's very coquettish but also very cute. Qin Weibai bit her lip and stared at him weakly. Her delicate body was slightly trembling. Li Tianlan took a deep puff of the cigar and forced himself to calm down. He puffed the smoke on Qin Weibai's face, narrowed his eyes, and chuckled. Kneel down. Qin Weibai put her legs together and looked at Li Tianlan with hazy eyes. You don't look like you did when you said that you had low self-esteem and lied to me to sleep with you. In the smoke, Qin Weibai saw a pair of firm and fiery eyes. Li Tianlan's voice rang out. You're mine. Qin Weibai hummed in a low voice. Kneel down. Li Tianlan said. Qin Weibai sighed softly and slowly knelt down in front of Li Tianlan. Her movements were elegant and weak. She knelt on the carpet, straightened her upper body, and looked up at Li Tianlan. Her eyes were hazy and blurred. This was undoubtedly the most conquering gesture for men. In his sight was still that perfect and dreamy face. Her face was cold, delicate, and flushed red. She was charming and submissive. I hate it. Qin Weibai's voice was soft. It's so embarrassing. How dare you talk back? Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows. You're the one who wants to talk back. I didn't. Qin Weibai looked at him with some grievance. Li Tianlan chuckled. Qin Weibai lowered her head. In the room, soft music surrounded them, accompanied by the soft rhythmic sound of silk scarves and silver bells. Li Tianlan gently reached out, took off Qin Weibai's little hat, and stroked her hair, which was still a little wet. Little Bai. His voice was very soft. Little baby? Li Tianlan lowered his head, and the smile in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. It's really strange. Can you tell me why you're not wearing clothes? Hiss. Li Tianlan suddenly took a deep breath. Qin Weibai gently bit him and raised her head. Her breathing was a little disordered, and her eyes were blurred and clear. She said with hatred, I'll fight with you. The wind was blowing outside Emperor Dong's palace. That night, in Dong Huang's bedroom, the crisp silver bells rang until midnight. Chapter 1289. Late at night, in the headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, Li Kuangtu, who was sweating profusely, suddenly sat up on the large double bed in the bedroom. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were muddled. Cold sweat dripped down his face drop by drop. His breathing was extremely rapid, and he closed his eyes to feel his intense heartbeat. He slowly held his breath, and after a long while, he let out a long sigh. His movements were so violent that Phoenix, who had been taking care of her son and had just fallen asleep, also woke up. She moved her body gently, grabbed the clothes and put them on herself. She reached out and touched Li Kuangtu's face, saying softly, Did you have a nightmare? Li Kuangtu reluctantly said, I dreamed. He suddenly frowned. In the dream, countless pictures began to fade at an unimaginable speed, blurred, and almost disappeared completely. But the palpitations that shook the soul still existed, and they became stronger and stronger. Through the illusory dream, they became clearer and clearer in reality. What did I dream about? Li Kuangtu frowned. He was now one of the grandmasters of Kendo in the dark world, but he was a grandmaster of Kendo in the spiritual field. His willpower was so strong that he shouldn't even dream, let alone have nightmares. It had never happened before that he didn't remember what happened after having a nightmare. What did this mean? Li Kuangtu tried to calm down, trying to grasp the last trace of the dream. Red dress. Snow White. Laughing stock. Li Kuangtu's heart suddenly flashed and he suddenly said, Who is the sword god? When he asked this, he was also stunned for a moment. This title suddenly emerged from his heart, without antecedents or consequences. It suddenly appeared in his mind, and then began to become more and more profound. What sword god? Phoenix looked at him blankly. Where is the sword god in the dark world now? Who dares to use this title? But I have heard a saying that if Wang Tianzong is the sword emperor of the dark world, then Lin Fengting can be called sword sage. I really don't know how arrogant the title of sword god can be. Even Li Tianlan doesn't have this title now. Li Kuangtu took a deep breath. The sword god definitely exists. I just saw him. No, I just dreamed of him. No, it's not a dream. No, it's a dream. In the extremely chaotic murmur, Li Kuangtu reached out and grabbed his scalp, pulling it hard. I must have forgotten something. So good. Li family. Phoenix gently leaned over and hugged Li Kuangtu tightly. Her voice was a little worried. You're tired. You've been under a lot of pressure recently. Relax and have a good rest. There's no sword god in the dark world. It's just a dream. Sleep for a while and you'll be fine after you wake up. Li Kuangtu quietly felt the warmth of the phoenix, motionless like a statue. His eyes, which had been a little hazy when he had just woken up, gradually became clear, as if he had returned to his most normal state. He reached out his hand and patted Phoenix's back. He said in a low voice, I'm fine, but I'm more and more sure that I must have experienced something in Emperor Dong's palace, but I forgot about it. After a pause, he said softly, it must be something very important. Hypnosis? Phoenix frowned. Li Kuangtu, who had just woken up from a nightmare, was indeed in a somewhat abnormal state of mind, as if he had been hypnotized but failed. Did Qin Weibai do it? Today. No, it was yesterday. No, recently, I haven't seen Qin Weibai. Li Kuangtu shook his head. I'm a little confused now. You sleep first. Let me be quiet for a while. Phoenix took a serious look at him and suppressed her inner worry. Suddenly, she chuckled. You must have been under too much pressure recently. Now that you've regained your freedom and your heart is relaxed, the accumulated pressure during this period will be released with the nightmare. With your current realm, even if you're injured now, how many people in the dark world can hypnotize you? Don't think too much. Well, if you can't sleep, look at your son. The little guy is getting bigger and bigger, and I can't sleep well every night. If you look after him, I can have a good rest. Li Kuangtu smiled, passed Phoenix, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at the crib in front of him. In the crib, the child, who was a few years old, closed his eyes and fell asleep, breathing evenly and gently. Li Kuangtu looked at his son silently. For no reason, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was like a needle suddenly appeared, piercing all the warmth, love, and expectation, and piercing into the deepest part of his heart. The pain was earth-shattering, and the warmth in his heart instantly turned cold and bloody. No, Li Kuangtu said softly. Phoenix, who had just laid down, looked up at him. I must have forgotten something. Li Kuangtu said softly, and his eyes became more and more sober. There must be something very important, but I have forgotten about it. What could it be? Phoenix was a little helpless. Li Kuangtu also wanted to say that it was nothing. He wanted to say that the purgatory of Heaven Capital and Emperor Dong's palace had become enemies. In the enemy's territory, he couldn't get too much confidential information, so it wouldn't be a big deal even if he ignored some things. But he couldn't convince himself at all. He couldn't remember the dream at all. But the feeling of palpitation, panic, anger, and humiliation began to grow stronger and stronger. All kinds of negative emotions constantly stimulated his spirit and heart, and his heart was extremely uneasy and confused. I have to figure out what happened, Li Kuangtu thought silently and began to get dressed. Where are you going? Phoenix got up again and helped Li Kuangtu get dressed. Go to sleep, don't worry about me. Li Kuangtu gently touched Phoenix's hair and didn't answer her question. He got dressed, looked at his son again, and then walked out of the bedroom. It was 3:30 at night. Li Kuangtu looked at his watch, sat on the sofa and smoked 2 cigarettes. Finally, he made up his mind and left his residence. He was going to find Li Huaqing. If he wanted to figure out what he had forgotten, Li Huaqing, who came here with him, was the only clue. Li Kuangtu wasn't sure if Li Huaqing knew something, but when he was in Emperor Dong's palace, Li Huaqing was his only choice. It was not a good idea to disturb people's dreams at this time, but Li Guangtu didn't want to wait any longer. Li Huaqing lived in a two-story building not far from Li Guangtu's villa. The purgatory of heaven capital didn't pay much attention to external things. When East Island rose again, Li Guangtu built Wangtian Pavilion in heaven capital. From East Island to Tianan, the headquarters of the purgatory of heaven capital was much more casual. Compared with the ambition of Emperor Dong's palace to swallow the whole Xianyuan city and even the whole Tianan, the headquarters of the purgatory of heaven capital was a bit shabby. The whole headquarters cost no more than 100 million, and the living conditions were naturally incomparable with Emperor Dong's palace. However, unlike in Emperor Dong's palace, Li Huaqing was really staying here temporarily. The people of the purgatory of heaven capital had now begun to pack up. Li Huaqing held a simple ceremony for Li Guangtu here, and the formal ceremony would be held after returning to Yuzhou. Strictly speaking, the purgatory of heaven capital had now become the purgatory army of Zhongzhou state. They would move before noon tomorrow. Whether the headquarters was shabby or not, it would only benefit Li Tianlan, so it didn't matter. Unexpectedly, the lights in the two-story building where Li Huaqing was staying were still on. Li Guangtu raised his eyebrows slightly, walked over and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and Li Huaqing's secretary, Ma Si, appeared in front of the door. She looked a little depressed. "General, what are you doing?" "The president hasn't rested yet?" Li Guangtu asked. "He's on the phone with Huazi." Ma Si shook her head and sighed. She couldn't help but complain. During this period, the president rarely has time to rest. He is busy until midnight every day. Although the president is not in Yuzhou, he is very concerned about the situation in Yuzhou. Li Guangtu smiled and said softly, "Indeed, he is such a person." Ma Si smiled bitterly and invited Li Guangtu in. She made him a cup of tea and then walked into the study. Li Guangtu sat silently, holding the teacup and waiting for Li Huaqing to end the call. Li Guangtu could roughly guess the content of this call. It was said that in Huading, there had been a new breakthrough in the storm caused by Wang Xiaoyao, and the situation was getting more and more complicated. It had become a fierce battlefield between the Southeast and the Prince Group, and the academics obviously intended to profit from it. Li Guangtu waited for nearly half an hour. The door of the study was opened from the inside, and Li Huaqing came out. He looked a little tired, but his eyes were still gentle and indifferent. He smiled and said, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm here to ask the president to solve my doubts." Li Guangtu put down the teacup and said slowly. Li Huaqing looked at him strangely. Ma Si came out of the kitchen and put a large fruit plate on the tea table. There were many kinds of fruits in the fruit plate. "Eat some fruit and tell me slowly." Li Huaqing smiled and said, "It's not bad to stay up late and eat more fruit. Not to mention me, you are not young. It's time to pay attention to health." Li Guangtu picked up the fruit and put it in his mouth. He didn't know what he had eaten until he swallowed it. "President, today in Emperor Dong's palace?" Li Guangtu frowned and seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. "Did I do anything strange?" "What do you mean?" Li Huaqing frowned. "Anything." Li Guangtu's tone was serious and serious. "Except that it was strange that you refused Tianlan's invitation, I didn't find anything else." Li Huaqing smiled and said, "Of course, I can understand your refusal. But in the eyes of others, including Tianlan, your refusal was indeed strange. Your refusal is indeed a little strange." "I don't mean that." Li Guangtu shook his head and said, "I always feel that I forgot something very important in Emperor Dong's palace today." "You've already talked about this topic on the way here." Li Huaqing's voice was calm. "You said you forgot a dream. Maybe it's not a dream." Li Guangtu was a little annoyed and barely controlled his tone. "But I don't know what it is. Maybe you just think too much." Li Huaqing ate the apple in his hand and chuckled. "It's the first time in your life that you've been captured, right? Especially when you fell into Tianlan's hands. Your mood during this time should be very complicated. When you're under great pressure, you'll definitely like to think nonsense. It didn't matter when you were in Emperor Dong's palace. Now that you've left that place, once you relax, it's theoretically possible to have some hallucinations. Today's negotiation was very clear from beginning to end. You refused Tianlan's request, but Tianlan didn't refuse the bargaining chip I gave. He became my student, you got freedom, and the purgatory of heaven capital became the purgatory army. What can you forget? He glanced at Li Kuangtu and continued, but there is something wrong with your current mentality. You should adjust it in time. Kuangtu, you're too afraid of Tianlan, so it's hard to put enough pressure on him. This is not what I want to see. I need him to grow under enough pressure. Li Kuangtu raised his head and took a deep look at Li Huaqing. His expression was a little cold. From beginning to end, Li Huaqing's attitude was very obvious. He rescued him from Emperor Dong's palace, but the president in front of him never intended to stand with the purgatory of heaven capital. They were not on the same side. To be more precise, the existence of him and the purgatory of heaven capital was just a tool for Li Huaqing to train his students. What would happen to a tool? When it had no value, it was naturally thrown away. Li Kuangtu smiled self-deprecatingly. He was sure that he had forgotten something which was likely to affect the future fate of his family and even the entire purgatory of heaven capital. But Li Huaqing couldn't empathize with his worries, and he didn't intend to. Because in his eyes, these people and these forces were just tools. To put it bluntly, Li Huaqing brought him out of Emperor Dong's palace to let Li Tianlan, who had matured, kill him. But Li Huaqing also gave the purgatory of heaven capital a chance to fight back. But Li Huaqing had always been on Li Tianlan's side. So his worries were a joke in Li Huaqing's eyes. Not to mention that Li Huaqing really didn't seem to know anything. Li Kuangtu could be sure that even if he really knew something, he would not tell him. It was undoubtedly a mistake for him to come here tonight. He nodded coldly and said indifferently, I know what to do. There's still time. After returning to Yuzhou, you can also discuss with Jiang Shangyu and Gu Xingyun. Now the special warfare system of Zhongzhou state really needs some fresh blood. Li Huaqing said casually, glanced at Li Kuangtu, who was obviously absent-minded, and suddenly said, You're really not in a good state now. Is it because when you saw Rushi today, she was not in a good state, and you were worried? What? Li Kuangtu suddenly stood up. Li Huaqing's body state straightened a little for a moment. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Li Kuangtu, and said calmly, How is Rushi? Rushi. Qin Weibai. Li Kuangtu's breathing suddenly became rapid. I went to the biological laboratory of Emperor Dong's palace today. Li Huaqing's expression was a little strange. Is this the thing you forgot? Li Kuangtu took a deep breath. He forgot that he went to the biological laboratory of Emperor Dong's palace today and saw his daughter. All the conversations between him and Qin Weibai began to become clear at the moment of recalling. But soon, Li Kuangtu frowned again. No, it's not just that. I think I saw someone there. Li Huaqing's expression did not change at all. He ate the fruit in his hand, picked up a tissue to wipe his hands, and then knocked on the table casually. The fingers fell on the table and made a slight sound. But this sound fell in Li Kuangtu's ears, and it seemed to be magnified countless times in an instant. Li Kuangtu turned his head subconsciously. In an instant, he saw Li Huaqing's eyes. Calm, indifferent, warm, yet incomparably deep eyes. Like an abyss. Boom! There seemed to be a huge roar in the void. The extremely fierce spiritual storm instantly enveloped Li Kuangtu. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.